now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Hello everyone, welcome to episode 51 of Talk Wrestling here on the new MySpace page at NoDQ Talk Wrestling. Also youtube.com/NoDQCAW and Rift MySpace, I believe, myspace.com/AaronRift. And if you're watching this on NoDQ.com, we thank you for tuning in. I'm going to get right to your questions today. There will be no Noah talk today, regardless of what he says, regardless of what he's done. No Noah talk today. I'm a happy boy today because 50 went so well. 50 was so well received that we're going to go to 51 and have a good old time today. All right. Nick the Destroyer, what is your favorite WWF/WWE match of all time? I should have been thinking about this all night. I actually saw this question last night. I've been thinking about it all night. I kind of slept on it. I was like, okay, I'm going to decide in the morning. And then I woke up early and caught the early bus out here. Probably... See, I should have thought about this. Hogan and Rock from WrestleMania 18, because that was Hulk's big comeback match. The Rock was at his best. Hulk was very much well done. His match was very well done, despite his injuries to his knee and his ribs and all the injuries he accumulated in the previous 20 years plus. He is one of the best, if not the best. And Rock was phenomenal that night. They both did so well. They reacted to the crowd the way the crowd wanted them to react. Hogan was the heel going in, but he played to the crowd. The Rock played the heel very well. It's just an overall well-presented match. If I had to pick a close second, it'd be Stone Cold versus The Rock from the previous WrestleMania 17 in Houston, where Stone Cold turned heel, aligned himself with Vince, and won the WWF Championship from The Rock. Those two are my top two of all-time favorites. My all-time favorite finish of a match, ending of a match, not necessarily the whole finish, just the ending of a match, was Rob Van Dam, 5-star frog splash on John Cena, 1, 2, 3, Rob becomes WWE Champion. This is from Terrence Darnell West. Just wondered, when taking a look at the current free agents list, do you think there are enough quality wrestlers and a mix of promising talent to start and build a new federation around Hulk Hogan as the main face? There's been talk for a long time about Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff and them starting their own fed against Vince, against TNA, and having this happen. I just happened to go look at the WWE alumni page on the Wikipedia and who's been fired from them recently. If you take all these guys here and a lot of the other indie feds around the country, you've got a lot of people.
Aaron Aguilera, Manu, Buff Bagwell, The Bashams, Cole Cabana, D-Lo, Armando Estrada, Elijah Burke, Domino from Producing Domino, Mikey from the Spirit Squad, Monty Brown, Nova, Sabu, Rob Conway, Rene Dupree, Sylvain Grenier, Kid Cash, Rico, A-Train, Bull Buchanan, Hardcore Holly, Kevin Thorne, Kenny Dykstra, The Highlanders, Mabel / Big Daddy V, whatever you want to call him, Chris Harris from TNA and WWE, Roadkill and Danny Dorian, Eugene, Sandman, Scotty Too Hottie, Grandmaster Sexy, Gangrel, Heidenreich, Juventud, Psychosis, and Super Crazy, Spike Dudley, Billy Kidman, Rikishi, David Flair, Reed Flair, Scott Hall, Bam Neely, Val Venus, Paul London, Lance Cade and Trevor Murdoch, Orlando Jordan, Stevie Richards, Nunzio, Shannon Moore, Bobby Lashley, Johnny Jeter, Chris Masters, Mitch from the Spirit Squad, Mark Jindrak, remember Mark Jindrak? Ken Shamrock, Chuck Palumbo, Balls Mahoney, Sean O'Hare, Snitsky, The Shane Twins, Jim and I, for those of you who don't remember them, Tony Mamaluke, Too Cold Scorpio, Rob Van Dam, everybody's favorite wrestler, Luther Reigns, Kenzo Suzuki, Tajiri, Sean Waltman, Dan Severn's back, The Amazing Red.
Anybody that works for Ring of Honor, anybody that works for PWG, anybody that works for any of the SoCal feds out here, anybody that works on the East Coast feds back there. There's a plethora of guys that can be picked up for a fed ran by Hogan and based around Hogan. And you got guys like Eric Bischoff, Paul Heyman, Ted DiBiase that can run it, Ron Simmons and Al Snow that can be part of the training team and the creative team. You've got Nick Patrick, Jimmy Corderas, Tim White, a few of the referees that can referee that have the name value. The girls, you got Lacey Von Erich, Cherry, Chrissy Vane, Trinity, Shelly Martinez, Victoria, Sunny, any of these girls. You know, there's a plethora, as I mentioned, of people that can be picked up for a big third fed in this country that it'll work. So if the money's there and the people are there, Vince McMahon, WWE, and TNA, Jeff Jarrett and all them, can have competition. The competition is there for the taking. It really is. This is from Marcus. Do you think WCW would have went out of business if at some point during the late 90s they would have got a different time slot and weren't going head-to-head with the WWF? It depends when it happened. If they'd have done it late 98, they may have been okay. If they'd have gone to like Tuesdays or Wednesdays and just got rid of Thunder, they probably would have been okay. But the problem is they stuck it out to the bitter end through 99 and 2000 and the early part of 2001 when they were getting their ass kicked every single week. And they tried everything to fix it and nothing was doing it. The last time they won the battle was October 25th, I believe, 98, the night after Halloween Havoc. And that's only because they showed the main event of Halloween Havoc again because a lot of the cable companies didn't show it because the power went out, the cable went out, however it went across the eastern seaboard, however that went down. Hindsight is 20/20. It always is. If they'd have moved to a different night, who knows what could have happened? We still may be watching WCW today if they'd have moved to a different night. But I think that WCW was so improperly managed at that point that even a different time slot would not have saved them. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think they would have survived without better management, not just a better time slot. Let's see, from Michael Klepton, why is Kane no longer the man he was before? He loses a lot and he's never champion. He was just ECW champion last year. From WrestleMania until either the Great American Bash or Night of Champions. When he lost to Mark Henry. Night of Champions. The triple threat match. Mark Henry, Big Show, and Kane. Last year. And then Mark Henry lost to Matt Hardy, of course. Matt Hardy lost to Jack Swagger. Kane is very much a dominant force still. He's just not being pushed in that main event spot like he was for the better part of 10 years. Kane is going to be used to enhance other talent. Kane is going to be used to lose once in a while, win once in a while. Kane's not going to be this dominant monster that he was when he was beating everybody's ass. That's just not conducive to the environment he's in anymore. Kane's not going to be the dominant heel or the dominant face of a promotion. This is not going to happen. This is from Simon the Nightmare Knowles. What do you think of the British scene, and is it really on the radar at all over there? I'm English, also a trainee wrestler, and the scene here is on the up after almost being killed off in the 90s. It feels like a boom is coming. We've also produced some wrestlers who have done alright in America. Regal, Davey Boy, Dave Taylor, Doug Williams, Nigel McGuinness, and the likes. With TNA sniffing around a few more, the most famous being Nick Aldis, aka Brutus Magnus. It'd be cool to know how wrestling's seen in the USA. I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar with your guys' wrestling over there. I am familiar with the guys you mentioned, though. Brutus Magnus is being, pushed in TNA to the moon, it looks like. And I really like Nigel McGuinness from Ring of Honor. I like Doug Williams. I saw him at PWG, 2 years ago? A year and a half ago? He's phenomenal. I like him a lot. And, the three main British guys that we've seen here in the WWE and WCW, Regal, Davey Boy, and Dave Taylor. Squire Dave Taylor, I remember that. And Lord Stevens / William Regal. Davey Boy's being the most famous, of course. Davey Boy, born in England, raised in Calgary. I believe raised in Calgary. Maybe raised over there, but he married a Calgary woman, Diana Hart. And he's famous for Stampede Wrestling and for being the WWF Intercontinental Champion and the World Tag Team Champion and the first ever European Champion. And only lost because, according to everybody else, the Clique pulled their bullshit. And he lost in front of his family. And was forced to job to Shawn Michaels. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I don't watch British wrestling. We don't get much British wrestling over here as far as I know. If it's on the satellite, I may pick it up. I don't have satellite. I have digital cable. I get the local wrestling pretty much. That's all I get. So if anybody wants to send me some tapes of the British style of wrestling, myspace.com/NoDQ Talk Wrestling or Talk Wrestling NoDQ at yahoo.com. I know it's confusing. I did one, I did the other. I don't know why I did that. It just kind of happened that way. This is from Brian Culp. What do you think WWE should do with the GM situation? They have Teddy Long on ECW and Vicky Guerrero running both Raw and SmackDown. I personally think that Vicky is not good enough to be GM on both main shows, and Teddy is too good to be on ECW. What are your thoughts? Who could they bring in to replace or to add? Vicky does not deserve to be general manager of either show. I think if they put Teddy Long on SmackDown and anybody else on Raw, and bring Armando Estrada back. He was a good ECW GM. Or, bring Paulie back. Let him run ECW. Legitimately run ECW. Anybody would be better. The status quo of GMs is not good right now. You got Vicky running the two main shows, and Teddy Long running the C show. That's ridiculous. Teddy Long should be running either Raw or SmackDown. If you really want my opinion, Teddy Long should run Raw, Vicky should run SmackDown, and somebody else, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but somebody else should run ECW. A lot of people ask me about the Vern Gagne situation and what happened in the rest home that he lives in. I believe it's Omaha, Nebraska. Poor Mr. Gagne has Alzheimer's, and a fellow Alzheimer's patient in there. I guess they got into a scuffle and Vern hip-tossed him and broke the man's hip. And 3 weeks later, after coming home and looks like he was okay, I don't know why he died, but he died. The person that Gagne hip-tossed died. No charges have been filed or anything because neither man remembered the incident after it happened. Alzheimer's will do that to you. My great-grandfather died of Alzheimer's, so I know exactly how it works and what happened. It's very sad to see somebody who just 3 years ago was getting inducted in the WWE Hall of Fame alongside his son, has now been reduced to, headlines in the newspaper as a ha-ha, it's a funny. Vern Gagne was one of the greatest wrestlers of all time and one of the best promoters of all time. He ran the AWA for 31 years. Didn't get touched really until the early 80s when Vince McMahon Jr., Vincent K. McMahon, caught fire and really took the promotion national. He was the hottest ticket in town for the longest time. Him and Crockett both really gave, people something to watch. And Vern Gagne got a lot of guys, their big start, Hogan and the Blackjacks. He trained Flair. All these guys you see on the Spectacular Legacy, the AWA DVD, which is a great DVD, I recommend it. You know, all those guys got to start AWA, and it's sad that he has been reduced to, you know, headline hero. It sucks. Robert Tabachi. Tabachi? Not sure. What got you into pro wrestling and what has made you stick with it? You know, I've told this story on XMV and RSI and here on Talk Wrestling. I'll tell it again. The reason I got into professional wrestling, was back in October of 1990 at the after school club. I was attending after school every day. And remember, this is October 1990. I was 7 years old. I was still in elementary school. I was, like I said, 7 years old. So that would have put me in second grade, I think. Let's see, 88, 89, 89, 90. Third grade. I was in, no. 89, 90. Yeah, third grade. That doesn't sound right. Oh, well. I was in second or third grade. Anyway. Yeah, second grade. Kindergarten, first, second. I forgot about first grade. I was in second grade. Anyway. And we had a show and tell thing. And one of the guys brought in one of those WCW figures that looked like this. That didn't have any flexibility. They just, you know, they posed like this with the arms like this and the legs like out like this. And it was a Lex Luger figure, believe it or not. Lex Luger is responsible for my getting into professional wrestling. Me meeting Aaron Rift and Mike Nagel and Josh Tariff, and not necessarily Lee, because Lee would have been my friend anyway, because he was dating my friend's sister. But everybody else I've met involved wrestling, it's Lex Luger's fault, people. And as I mentioned before, I'm the only one, besides this guy, that has stuck with it for the last 18 years, almost 19 years. Just like the trash cans have stuck with Be Noisy on XMV 1 through 50. No. Actually, they've been pretty good the last few episodes. The 50, we had problems before we taped, but they were quiet after we started taping. 51, not so much. What's made me stick with it? I've been entertained by it. As much as wrestling has gone down in quality since the brand extension, I believe that it's still entertaining to watch. I watch all 4 shows every week, the 3 WWE shows and TNA. I actually found WXW or WEW on late at night. I understand that ESPN Classics runs the AWA and the UWF, which features Zoog Drift, UWF, managing the Warlord and eating Bob Orton's hat. There's a video clip on there on the YouTube, NoDQ&AV on there somewhere. Find that. That shit is funny. Hilarious. Wrestling is like my mom watching soap operas or Jade watching, the Sober House or the MTV shows. I get a kick out of it. I think they're hysterical. I think they're entertaining, and they have some sort of value to me. So that's why I watch. This one is a long one. It's from Michael Walsh. The reason it's long is because I know I said I wouldn't say anything about Noah today, but I changed my mind because this guy wrote me a long letter concerning Noah, and I wanted to talk about it. And I'll get to his question first, though. The current WWE roster, who would you pick to be your top stars right now who have not held a world title, who deserve to be a long-term main event champion in the next 5 years' time? CM Punk. Christian, as far as WWE world titles, I'm not talking world titles in general. CM Punk, Christian, Matt Hardy. Not world titles. There's 2 more I gotta think of, huh? CM Punk. No, wait, Punk's been world champion. Forgot about that. He's Triple Crown champion at that. Alright, shit. Christian, Matt Hardy. Those are the only 2 I really think deserve it out of the roster. Because if I could think of somebody else, they would deserve it. But I can't think of anybody else. They don't stick out to me. Christian and Matt Hardy both deserve it. Chris Perkowski, I think. I apologize if I fucked it up. Do you see WWE signing any of the 4 released TNA wrestlers? Petey Williams, Sanjay Dutt, Jimmy Rave, Lance Hoyt. I don't see any confirmation Jimmy Rave's been released. I keep hearing that, but I don't see, there's no announcement on official announcement, or he hasn't been taken off the roster. I know Lance Hoyt has, Lance Rock, or whatever you want to call him is, and Sanjay and Petey have. But I haven't seen any confirmation that Jimmy Rave is gone. But if he is, WWE may sign them to Florida and, train themselves up, and maybe they'll appear on SmackDown. SmackDown seems to be the higher flying of the two shows, although Raw has Rey Mysterio. Or they may bring him in ECW and have them get their feet wet there. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But, I'd like to see them in WWE and get their opportunity. But I don't see it as a possibility because they're so TNA branded. Michael Walsh wrote the following letter as well. He watched Noah's first response to me, or the second response to me, and he said this. Okay, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Let me address a few things since every week you put up with Noah's bullshit. Number one, he has no right addressing private things that happen in your life. It's a show on wrestling. He's a fucking scumbag for showing the audio footage about you, even if it is true. Scumbag, scumbag, scumbag. Number two, I'd rather watch a match between David Arquette and the Fabulous Moolah than believe that load of bullshit he threw out about that underground garage stunt you three pulled and claiming he kicked your ass. Thank you! Yes, I mentioned this last show. Thank you. He looks like a fucking tool in a Charlie Brown sweater. He looks like Jason Sensation in China had a child that popped his premature ass. Wow. This is actually the first show I watched by him ever, and I could do a better job even with my handicap that I will address in a minute. If I had the money and the equipment, I'd put on a show and show this fuck how pathetic he really is. The comment he made of the speech impediment, because Noah, every time he talks about me, he goes, nah, see, here's the thing. When I said, now, see, here's the thing a few times, that's my gimmick now, I guess. I'm not an advocate of curing the condition, but I have a speech impediment, specifically a stutter. I'm a firm believer in the straight shoots again to the point, so I don't need to use my intellect to crush this pea-brain mentally. But I'm 6'5", 270. Just for that fucking comment, if I ever caught him in public, I'd break his fucking neck. MySpace.com/Irish Hulk is his MySpace. Anyway, you don't have to address this on your show. Just let that fuck know the Irish Hulk would snap his fucking spine like Sid broke his leg jumping off the top rope. As always, love your show, and I think you should address that phone call and that video on 51. Enjoy episode 50, and God bless your child and woman. Michael, thank you very much. That shit like that makes my day. I love reading stuff like that, even if it is, pretty much just, verbally tearing Noah Donish a new one. It still makes me feel good to know that you guys like me and you guys like the show and you guys like what I do and you firmly believe in my side of situations because generally I'm right. Next week on the show, predictions for the grand spectacle itself, WrestleMania, the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania. For now, I leave you with this thought. Good night.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone who coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mite or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this week's installment of Renegade Wrestling. I am your host, JJ Williams. This is not Dad's on Wrestling. Jeff is sitting next to me. We are here to do our standard Battleground Pro Wrestling Legion Hall of Doom hype video.
Yes.
But first, you look like you have a prop. Go ahead and get this
do.
out of the way.
Yes. I forgot yesterday and after the bell, and that's my bad because I was that tired when I taped after the bell yesterday. I'm just whatever. This is the last week, y'all. Have a nice day. A Tale of Blood and Sweat Socks by Mick Foley. If you haven't started it, probably a little late to start it now, unless you're JJ and me and, can read the entire book in a week, or in your case, 8 hours.
16.
It does to 2 hours. Get her done. Last week.
Alright. Now that the cheap plug is out of the way, let's get to an even cheaper plug.
Cheap plug.
Considering,
like what you did there.
Considering we don't get paid to do these.
This is true. This is true.
But, we do these as a favor to the higher-ups of Battleground Pro Wrestling because we believe in their company, we believe in their product, and we want to get it out there to the thousands of subscribers that we have.
Yes.
This Saturday, I almost said tomorrow.
Right?
This Saturday, June 30th, Battleground Pro Wrestling presents Legion Hall of Doom at American Legion Post 716, 3252 Foresta Street, Los Alamitos, California. Bell time is at approximately 8 p.m. It's better Indy time than most companies out here, so it's usually 8:05, 8:10 at the latest.
Yep.
Doors are at 7:30, and have we got a great card lined up for y'all this month?
Very, very good.
First thing I gotta say is big shout out and lots of credit to Pete for designing the flyer and the graphics for this show, because he completely went all out. Every page has looked like a page out of a comic book.
Yes.
This is probably some of the best work he's ever done. Big shout out to Pete for that.
Yep.
First match we're going to discuss is the Irish Juggernaut, Mikey O'Shea versus Levi Shapiro.
The unorthodox one himself.
The unorthodox one, yep.
Yes. On paper, it looks like a comedy match because of Levi, but Mikey has been on a tear. He got suspended for the shenanigans earlier in the year prior to WrestleMania, and he's looking ahead, I think, toward getting his belt back, and I think that Levi is just going to be a unfortunate victim on the path of destruction of the Irish Juggernaut.
This match is really a throwaway to me, because at the end of the day, it does nothing to further the Mikey Loco storyline.
True.
Unless there's some kind of run-in or shenanigans involved. And Levi is more or less only in this match because the Rib got injured last month during one of his NorCal dates.
Right, yeah.
So he is unable to appear. He may be there in a managerial capacity, but
as he was last month, right.
Circumsexy are not able to do their general tag team thing.
Right.
So at the end of the day, this is definitely a filler match.
Right.
I agree with you, though. I think Mikey is going to try to, make quick work out of Levi to get back on track, if you will.
Yes.
We've got tag team action featuring The Revolution with Mondo Vega versus our good buddies, the Silverheart Radicals.
Now, the problem with saying they're good buddies, Silverheart Radicals, is that Mondo Vega and the Revolution are good buddies too, because Mondo's a Kings fan, man. He came in the Kings gear last month.
Yeah,
rocking
the heel team got a babyface pop because
for me anyway.
Well, you may have gotten it started, but the whole crowd got into the Go Kings Go chant, and the heels were babyfaces because of him and his Kings gear.
I take all kinds of pride in making that happen.
In Orange County, home of the Ducks.
Exactly.
But as you more than stated, they were playing golf as of beginning of April. So.
Yes. We've talked about the Silverhearts and where their destiny lies, and I think that the time is ripe, if ever, to have a heel turn from Ray. Ray seems to thrive better as a heel in NWA and everywhere else he goes. He is decent as a babyface, don't get me wrong.
He's great as a babyface.
Okay, he's great as a babyface in BPW, but I personally like the heel Ray better. I always have.
It's the same dilemma that we always face with Mikey. Everywhere he goes, he's this mammoth monster heel, except in his home company of Battleground, he's the over-the-top babyface.
Right.
He does both roles great,
yes.
But we prefer Mikey as the heel.
Right.
And while I do like Ray as the heel, and I do enjoy his antics, in Lucha Machine too, I've seen him heel a few times before,
I haven't seen that
doing the radical shtick as a heel team, but it's just like, I like that there's one place I can go and see them away from the norm.
Okay.
I think it would really hurt Battleground's tag division to have Ray break off and go heel.
Okay.
If you wanted to turn the team heel, that would be great, but this would be the wrong time to do it because the Revolution is already heel.
Definitely, that's very true. Okay, well, then...
And if you were going to break them off, as corny as this is going to sound, I would say save a heel turn till the aptly named Burning Bridges show in August.
Okay.
you know, have Ray burn his bridges with Lucha by turning heel.
Or both of them burn the bridges with the fans. You know,
Yes.
Either way. Okay. Well,
But at the end of
2 more months, so we'll see.
At the end of the day, though, the Revolution has been on too much of a tear. I'm going to call the Revolution to get the victory in this one.
As will I.
No disqualification, falls count anywhere, Tito Escondido versus Tyler Bateman with Reigns.
This one is going to get people hurt.
Yes.
I really think, I'm talking like, you know, fans just need to get the hell out the way.
Yes.
Because they're going to be tossing people into chairs, and into the merch table, and into the bathroom door, and you know, everything. So, this is going to be one where I'm glad I'm on the stage, unless they come on the stage, and I'm going to be gimping like hell away.
Right.
As fast as I possibly can.
I honestly am hoping that Jade and Dylan don't come to the show so that they don't wind up in any crossfire.
Yeah.
You know, Dylan has formed a bond of sorts with Tito.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and even to an extent Tyler. I don't want him to get, you know, hurt in the crossfire or have his feelings hurt because he's seeing these guys, you know, beat each other.
Or, you know, have one of them actually hurt him and, you know,
Right, accidentally.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's got to go to Tito. And when it comes right down to it, unless Tyler was around during the early Newhall years, and I'm not that familiar with it,
he was.
This is Tito's home, where
Right.
he really gets to shine. You know, Tyler needs to be the one to pay at the end of the day and move on, and Tito needs to assert his authority, stand his ground at his turf.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm thinking this, but I'm thinking that even though there's no DQ and it's falls count anywhere, it's going to get so extreme that they're going to end up calling a no contest.
Really think so?
How
can they pull that off, though? How can they justify that to the fans, calling it a no contest when there's no disqualifications?
Like we always say at the pre-show meetings, fuck the fans. You know? I'm telling you, I just got a feeling. I got a feeling. I don't know why. I haven't talked to anybody at BPW. I don't know.
Yeah. We may be, you know, working with this company, but as of this airing, we have no clue what is going to happen storyline-wise. These are just our thoughts, our opinions, our predictions.
We have no idea until we walk in the door Saturday.
Yeah, and we get the run sheet.
Exactly. And there's no run sheet for the show yet.
No.
So.
Okay. So you think it's going to end up a no contest somehow, some way?
I just got a feeling, man. I really do. I don't know why.
Right.
I don't know why.
Now we get to the championships.
Yes.
And every championship is on the line.
Nice. I like that.
Tag team titles. Suburban Commandos defending against the Working Dead.
Now
B-Boy and Chris Cadillac.
B-Boy and Chris have definitely earned their shot, man. They've been, you know, working great as a tag team since they formed their union. The Commandos are always entertaining. They're always great to watch, you know. And either one of B-Boy or Chris Cadillac can definitely take us something nasty and not, you know, end up hurting themselves like, you know, Loco or Mikey. So, and I think the Commandos' run has been too short as of this moment to call it yet. So I'm going to go with the Commandos. I think so.
As much as I love the Commandos, as much as I love their shtick and the gimmick and, you know, the cuzzy and all that stuff,
right?
I think at the end of the day they were designed to be transitional champions.
Okay.
I think the Working Dead, from the minute that B-Boy debuted, and from the minute that B-Boy and Cadillac had their first match against each other, which ended up planting the seeds of the Working Dead, I think they have been destined for this.
Okay.
You know, I'm not 100% it's going to happen this show, but I definitely, you know, see some kind of a Working Dead victory, even if the titles don't change hands.
All right. Okay.
You know, again, love the Commandos, but I totally think their reign in this instance was designed for transitional purposes.
Very good.
So if the Working Dead walks out with the straps, I told you. If they still get the victory, I told you.
Yeah. Either way.
But don't look for the Commandos to hold it past next month if they do hold them this time.
Okay.
Ring Warrior Championship. Top Shelf Jeremy Yeager defending against Seville Alvarez and the returning Perry Von Vicious.
Right, now remind me about Perry, because I don't remember Perry Von Vicious.
Perry Von Vicious appeared, I believe, in the first 2 shows we attended last year, August and September.
Okay.
He is a NorCal guy.
Uh-huh.
He comes to the ring in basically like a business suit, white suit.
Mm-hmm.
And then once he's in the ring, disrobes into his gear and
much like a DiBiase style.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Very much of a DiBiase gimmick. He definitely portrays the aura that he is better than you. He is more sophisticated.
Got it.
I'm not sure if he really portrays the richness that DiBiase portrayed. But he definitely has that arrogant, I'm better than you.
So kind of a Damien Sandow in a $1 Million Man suit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeager's gonna retain.
Yeah, has to.
Perry is coming back, like I said, his first time in the company since I believe August, September of last year.
Yeah.
Seville has been on a streak, but I don't think he's ready for the title yet. I think he's still a little bit spotty.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Seville, but he's our Sin Cara.
Oh.
He's got the talent, he's got the ability. I just think he tries to throw too much in his matches and ends up botching some things.
Or botching the lighting.
Yeah. Let the lighting hit the floor.
Let the lighting
hit the floor.
Oh my God.
So you're saying Jeremy to retain?
Yes, sir.
Probably missed it. In my Seville diatribe.
That's okay. No worries.
Quite possibly the match of the night if Tyler and Tito doesn't take it away.
Yes.
For the West Coast Wrestling Company Heavyweight Championship.
Oh man.
Famous B defending his title against the certified badass Rick fucking Ellis.
Now I got history with Rick.
I know you do, and we've got history with B. B is our boy.
I know B's our boy, but Rick.
But he's not B-boy.
No, he's not B-boy.
Just want to make sure I clarify. B is our boy, but he's not B-boy.
That's right. Rick. I managed Rick before he became champion. I managed Devin Sparks when he was in the stable with Rick and was West Coast champion. Rick, I would like Rick to regain the championship, but I think that booking will dictate that B, will get the push once again and be certified as a legit champion, a legit threat to anybody in Southern California by defeating Rick Ellis.
I think it would be very interesting. Let me first say that either man can definitely come out of this the winner, and I will not be disappointed.
No.
I think it would be interesting, though, considering the events that occurred 5 years ago this past weekend.
True.
If Rick, who seriously looked up to that man, patterned a lot of his style after that man, decided to become a pro wrestler because of that man.
Yes.
Regained his title that he never really lost in the first place.
Okay.
I think that would be a great story.
Interesting. I would like...
It's not Einstein's theory of relativity, but it is a good theory.
It is a good theory, and I'd like to see it happen. I have a feeling that Adam is trying to establish B and establish his championship as something that must be, basically wrested away from the champion by extreme force. And nobody has more extreme force than Rick Ellis, but I think that B is just going to be just that much better.
Do you think this could be the next B Joey feud that we've seen?
Yes.
Where they'll have a couple more matches down the road and Rick will get it back in the end. It just may not be this time.
I definitely think that. Yes, sir. Yes.
And for the Battleground Pro Wrestling Heavyweight Championship, Rico Dynamite, the champion, defends his title against Sheik Khan Abadi, who successfully defended his Devil Mountain Championship last month, acquired the Action Coast Empire Championship last month when they went title for title, him against Chupi. And he very well could end up adding a third strap to his resume on this night. Yes. Rico has had a good run. He has had the belt since October. Mm-hmm. If Rico is going to lose it, I think now would be a good time. Because I think he's lost a little bit of steam in his reign, in my opinion. Nothing against Rico.
It's definitely his fault.
Rico.
Yeah, it's definitely his fault.
I think his reign has lost steam.
Well, I think beating a double champion would pick up that locomotive and send it back down the track faster.
Possibly. But I think that this will be Sheik's night. I think Sheik will do it.
I disagree. After talking with Rico recently at NWA, I disagree. Rico seems to think he's going to come out on top.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens coming.
In addition to all that, we're going to have the second installment of Wrestlers Say the Darndest Things.
Yes.
Starring Sean Black Cosby and featuring the Derevko brothers.
Weren't they on the first episode too?
No, I don't think they were the featured guest. They may have crashed it, but I don't think they were the featured guest.
Okay. Well, whatever.
So,
anyway, should be shenanigans in that segment.
That is the lineup for this month's Legion Hall of Doom, presented by Battleground Pro Wrestling. 7:30 doors, 8 o'clock-ish bell time. Yes. American Legion Post 716, 3252 Foresta Street in Los Alamitos, California. You can find the Dads on Wrestling. Will be there on stage, tweeting our thoughts and results of the matches as they happen. Stat Boy will be there, assisting us as ring crew and ring gear retriever and all that good junk.
Yes.
Jade will be in the crowd with Dylan, perhaps, as just a fan watching the shenanigans unfold.
Yes.
So, essentially, the entire studios will be there, and you should too. Tickets are only $10.
Seriously, you're not going to find cheaper tickets in SoCal unless you're going to the NWA show. And even still, those are $15 if you actually want to get in early.
Yeah.
So
I mean, seriously, you can go to 3 Battleground shows for what you paid to get front row for 1 Gorilla show.
Exactly. There you go.
Bottom line, and that's part of why we love Battleground so much, is they are cost effective.
That's right. And today's economy, cost effective wrestling, bueno.
Even their shirts don't run near as much as others.
No, they don't. Really.
Correct me if I was wrong, but this shirt was $10, was it not?
I believe so.
The logo shirt, it was 10 to 15.
Yep, I think so.
And Sasha Derevko, I have heard, is debuting his brand new shirt for $15.
Yep.
And I've also heard grumblings that there will be a package deal where you can either get his new shirt by itself or get it paired up with his classic Yavingi shirt for $20. 2 shirts for $20.
Can't beat that with a stick, yeah.
Seriously.
Can't.
So, we hope to see y'all this Saturday at Battleground Pro Wrestling, Legion Hall of Doom. Thank you, Jeff, for coming on. I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams, and I will see you again this week. We'll be back on Thursday with Dads. Shenanigans aplenty. Stay tuned.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the Stat Boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeep's here. Keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show. The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
What's cracking, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all ages? This is the special edition of Chicks on Wrestling. I am your wonderful host, Miss Pinky. This is
Jade Hagen.
Score, and we have the interview of the millennium. Close enough to it. We have Sean. What? We have, and you are, my dear, what is your name? Tell the people what your name is.
I am Sean Clove from UnlimitedRadio247.net, the new home of Casa D18.
Yeah, nice. What's up? And we have some questions for you.
Oh, God.
You want to start off the first one since I opened the show?
Sure.
Go for it.
What is your full name?
Oh, God. Really? Really?
Yes, really.
I didn't come up with these questions.
I'm starting you off nice and slow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the views of Jade Hogan are not necessarily the views of Casa D18 Studios or Unlimited Radio 24/7.net. So these are her own. Go for it.
Sean David Clove.
Aww, that's nice.
That's a sweet name.
I like it.
Yeah, you know David is from the Bible, and he was like cool with the big dude upstairs and stuff. So David is awesome. So Sean.
Thank you.
Is your name spelled phonetically spelled or ghetto-fied or what?
It's the German way.
Oh, S-H-A-W-N?
Damn, you're smart.
Of course I'm smart. Question number 2. Where did you grow up?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm a Packer fan. You're a... Bear fan. Speaking of which, we should have a little bet in 2 weeks.
Oh, crap.
I want this on camera here.
Really? What?
So this is the bet.
Oh, crap.
Packers win. Damn it. You wear a Packer jersey for.
Oh, hell no! No! No!
Are you not confident?
Of course I am confident. I do not put on any green and yellow nothing.
Green and yellow, nothing. Okay. So
Okay.
You tell me. You tell me. I'll wear a Bear jersey.
If my Bears win, you wear a Bear jersey, and if the Packers win, is that a one-time deal? I have to wear the jersey.
One time.
And I don't even own anything Packers.
1 week.
Oh.
Son of a bitch.
Oh. I like it.
I have nothing Green Bay.
I'll hook it up.
Oh crap.
We'll talk about that later anyway.
Well, I do have a side request on that. As girly as possible. Perfectly, thank you. And I know them Packers got some girly-fied shirts.
I'll see what I can find.
Shirts.
I'll see what I can find.
Okay. If you all right. Would you like to shake on this since the whole world can see this?
No, I trust you.
And you growled really close.
Let's move on to the next question.
No. I keep my word. Thank you very much. And bet is on.
Okay.
Bet is on. Okay.
How did you become a wrestling fan?
Interesting question.
Thank you.
6 years old, I went to my first wrestling show. Hulk Hogan, Macho Man main event. Andre the Giant, the match before, walks around ringside. I happen to have ringside seats. And everybody knows Andre knows how big the individual was.
Yes.
Well, keep in mind I'm 6. Small little feet. He decides to step on top of my foot.
Oh! Ow!
That sucked.
Yeah.
I'm sure it did.
So, security came and checked on me, said I was okay, whispered something in my dad's ear. We picked up and moved back. I'm thinking, where the hell are we going? I want to see Hulk Hogan. You know, I saw him make, cartoon Saturday morning shows and whatnot.
Nice.
Make a long story short, I got brought back, got to meet Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Andre the Giant, Junkyard Dog, Bushwhackers, the Crew, all behind the curtain, which, when back then it was kayfabe.
Right.
So, guys were good guys one side, bad guys on another. It was awesome. So,
that's very
I became a fan at that point.
Yeah? Okay. Side question to that, who is your favorite wrestler of all time?
Shawn Michaels.
Nice.
Shawn Michaels.
May I ask why?
WrestleMania, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Iron Man match. I happened to be at that match and it was absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, it was.
It was an awesome show.
Very cool. What made you start UnlimitedRadio247.net?
To stick it to the doubters.
Oh.
People told me I couldn't do it. People told me that couldn't be done. I said, okay, we'll see. Needless to say, now we're almost on XM. Now we have Casa with us.
Whoa!
We have different people with us now, so yeah, it's became pretty huge.
I'm sure the doubters feel as stupido right now, don't they? I so said that. Awesome. Yeah.
What was your first wrestling show you ever went to?
I think we just said that.
We just said that one. That was Madison, Wisconsin. Hulk Hogan, Macho Man main event. First pay-per-view was Hulk Hogan at Rocky Sergeant Slaughter when Ultimate Warrior beat Macho Man for the supposed retirement match that really wasn't a retirement match because he came back 3 months later.
Okay, so we're talking about WrestleMania.
Got back to Elizabeth and him got back together, so yeah.
So WrestleMania 7.
That was, yeah.
Awesome. So you also witnessed the beginning of the undefeated streak, my guy, my baby daddy, The Undertaker.
Really?
I so
Save that. Save me.
No.
Unfortunately, she's the next
You need a cigarette? You need a cigarette?
No. I'm good. I'm not as bad as I used to be, but when I do meet him, it is written in my will. Bucket and a squeegee. Because I'm going to be a puddle of goo. Okay. If you can put together any kind of match, what would it be? And who would be in it?
Any kind of match. Any stipulation, anything?
Anything. And anybody goes. If you have your pinky card, throw it in now.
Any match. Okay. That would be Hell in a Cell. It would be Triple Threat.
Huh?
Yeah, Hell in a Cell Triple Threat.
Nice.
I wish Chris Benoit was still with us. Chris Benoit would be one. Number 2 would be Mankind of the early years. And number 3 would be Triple H.
Ooh, that's a match. And who would you look to win that match?
Probably Benoit.
Nice.
Probably Benoit. Benoit was way too good, and he left us way too soon.
I agree. Oh, it's okay.
Favorite wrestling fed?
Favorite wrestling fed?
Yes.
Obviously, WWF would be the big one, but I actually like the indies. Ring of Honor would be a good one. I like Chikara would be another one I like. Some of the ladies feds are actually really good too. Shimmer, really good. So yeah, WWF would be the big one.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. On the heels of that question, what would you rather watch? WWE or TNA? Now Impact Wrestling.
Who's in the match?
Doesn't necessarily matter. Sorry. Just pick.
WWE.
Ugh. Even though they don't listen to the fans. Even though they call us the WWE Universe, but they don't listen to us, so.
But see, I look at it from the business side too. Vince makes money regardless.
Yeah, he do.
So I'm looking at it from the business side. He makes money regardless if you like it or not. You still tune in and watch it.
That is true. That is true.
So,
that's putting money in his pocket.
That's it.
Gotcha.
WWE.
Nice.
What made you want to work with the Casa D18 Studios?
Professionalism.
Weird.
Professionalism would be one. Everybody is really professional. Beth is a very close friend, so it's nice to work with Beth. JJ, Mike, Jade, of course. It's really cool, and I feel that it's basically a second family for me. I feel it's a good for both of us. Website related, they have a new home, they're able to get their name out there even more. With Unlimited Radio, we get to have the WWE stuff, the TNA stuff. We've always needed that. So it's basically scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of thing.
Nice. Score. And last question. Who was your favorite interview?
Wow, that's a really tough one. No disrespect to anybody I've ever interviewed.
Because y'all ain't about to kill me.
I don't need chops from Harley or Tully or anybody like that.
Because no Harley do it.
But truth be told, there was not a favorite because they're all amazing. Every one of them were amazing. Every one of them brought something that I've learned from as a professional, as a wrestling fan. And soon we're going to have you guys on. And regardless if you're the best wrestler in the world or you're a wrestling fan, every single person has a spot on our show. So
very cool.
There's not one in particular. It was all.
Very cool. I do believe that's all of the questions, unless anyone has any spot-on questions to ask them on.
No, I think we covered it all.
One more question. How does it feel to have some of the legends in this business, the legendary families, working with Unlimited Radio 247.net?
Good question.
That is very jaw-dropping.
Yeah?
To say that growing up I watched Bret Hart and now I'm working with the oldest of the Harts and possibly working with the Rhodes family, and it's absolutely amazing. And I recently had Chavo Jr. as a co-host. I had part of the Guerreros, and it's amazing. It's just unbelievable. And starting next Thursday, we've got the debut of Hart Legacy Radio, which we're going to have Smith Hart on, and we're going to talk a little more with him. And we got some very special guests planned, Smith and I, so make sure you're on the lookout for that. So it's going to be
very cool.
It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool.
Very cool. If no one has anything else, this has been Chicks on Wrestling, our interview with the boss man himself, the second boss man, woo, Sean Close. I just call him Bob.
What?
Woo.
Oh, Jesus. I just feel like a freaking third wheel. Whatever. I am your hostess, Pinky. This is... Oh, it's okay. This is... You crazy girl. It's a cute.
Sorry. Jade Huggin. I'm a tired little girl right now.
Make sure you check us out on UnlimitedRadio247.net, as we will have some surprises in store for every last one of you. So, we will check you later. Until next time. Bye.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way. And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Yeah!
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Hey everyone, welcome to another edition of NoDQ&A video here on NoDQ.com. I am the owner of NoDQ, Aaron Rift, here to answer your questions about the world of wrestling. So let's get right down to it. To be 100% real, do you think Steve Austin can still go? Absolutely. I know Austin has been worried about his neck, and that's one major reason why he hasn't been wrestling over the past several years. I also know that part of it is due to him just not being interested in coming back to the ring. He feels that he accomplished everything there was to accomplish and that there really wasn't a point in coming back and risking getting hurt. Now, if the circumstances were right, he comes back for maybe 1 or 2 matches, perhaps a WrestleMania match, and he's in there with the right opponent who he feels comfortable with. I'm sure Austin, with the right training, could go in there and be at 90-95% for 1 or 2 matches. So I definitely think he can go under the right circumstances. Why are they having Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes do a pay-per-view match without the IC title on the line? Personally, I think letting Orton winning the belt and having long feuds with Cody and others would bring back prestige and credibility to it. I agree with you. I checked on WWE.com and it says nothing about the IC title being on the line. I think it's silly to have Orton pin Rhodes without the title being on the line. Here's the situation. If Mark Henry is going to be a long-term World Heavyweight Champion, why not have Orton win the IC title and run with it for a couple months and bring back some credibility to the title, like this person said? I would definitely like to see that happen. Hey Aaron, what are your thoughts on Al Snow's hardcore match with himself? It was quite amusing, and I would say it's better than 90% of what's on Raw lately, to be honest with you. Hey Aaron, I was wondering, what are your thoughts on Brodus Clay? In a previous episode, you talked about Mark Henry fitting into the monster gimmick. I think Brodus Clay has the potential to fill that void since he's younger than Henry and a fresh face. Yeah, I think I've been watching those vignettes with Brodus Clay over the last several weeks, and they're doing a great job so far building him up as this monster, but time will tell as to how far it goes, and he's definitely got a good look, in terms of being a monster and all that. So we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, if he's pushed anything like how they've been pushing Mark Henry, I think Brodus Clay has a good shot at success in WWE. So we'll see. Do you think WWE will help Ring of Honor the way they did with ECW? No. What would be the purpose in doing that? The deal was, back in the day, WWE was struggling to compete with WCW, and by working with ECW, it brought some of the ECW talent onto Raw, and that whole little mini invasion storyline got people interested in watching Raw. So there was a whole method to the madness, so to speak. Now, right now, WWE doesn't benefit anything from helping out Ring of Honor or getting those guys mentioned on WWE TV. That's just the way it is. It's a different environment, different era. Why will WWE not let Bryan Danielson come out to Final Countdown, or at least something different? Bottom line, to sum it up, they don't want to pay the royalty fees for Final Countdown, and they try not to license out music as much as possible because it's the extra money they have to spend. They'd rather just use their own generic theme songs or whatnot. What was your favorite promo botch? I think Sid Vicious telling Scott Hall, I am twice the man that you are, but I have half the brain that you do. And then Scott Hall started just cracking up and just trying to hold back laughter. It was a classic moment. And then Sid cutting a promo with JR and not knowing that they were on live pay-per-view. He wanted to start over, and JR's like, "We're live, pal." I thought that was funny. Hulk Hogan saying that he was the right gay at the right time and kept botching his promo. Bret Hart saying "in your haste" instead of "in your house." Triple H saying "I am the singest." Singest, is that a word? Those are ones I can think of off the top of my head right there. Aaron, what were your thoughts on Muhammad Hassan? Personally, I thought he was one of the best heels of the 21st century, and it's a shame it had to end like it did. I loved that character. I thought Muhammad Hassan was just awesome in terms of generating heat, and his music alone, when it starts up, like just the whole arena erupts and boos. I thought it was a great act. I was really sad when they dropped it. I guess all the controversy from the character, WWE made the decision to just drop it, and the guy who played the role of Muhammad Hassan, I'm not sure his name off the top of my head, he was frustrated and just bowed out of wrestling completely. Just a shame. Definitely a lot of wasted potential right there, in my opinion. Good job, Aaron. Keep up the good work. Who do you think are the top 3 funniest people of all time in WWE history? Bobby the Brain Heenan, no doubt. The Rock, and for the third person, maybe Kurt Angle. Just his comedy segments in WWE worked really well. Even if they were dumb segments, Angle somehow made it work. And the segments with him and Austin, with the hats and singing the songs, I always thought those were really entertaining. Angle coming out and doing Sexy Boy with Sensational Sherry. Things like that. Angle did a great job with the comedy. And, of course, as I mentioned, Bobby Heenan. Can't go wrong with him. Just some of the... I was just watching the Oh My God DVD, and when Shawn Michaels throws Marty Jannetty through the barbershop window, Heenan's like, "Did you see that? Jannetty tried to jump out through the window to get away from Shawn Michaels." So, yeah, that was great. And, of course, The Rock. Just pick any Rock promo. It's always hilarious. The Rock never fails. Do you think if Paul Heyman had the money and started a new ECW, it would survive, or just fall like the original one and the crap McMahon made in 2006? Well, what exactly would this new ECW be? I think if Paul Heyman had the money, he would want to do something completely different from ECW. Why would he want to just rehash the same old thing? That's the problem. Part of the problem in wrestling right now is there needs to be some kind of new idea, a new concept, some kind of new revolution. Just like ECW changed the business in the mid to late 90s, there needs to be some kind of new revolution and something new. That's what I would think. I don't think Paul Heyman would have any interest in just rehashing the same old stuff. Mr. Rift, when will WrestleMania come back to California or Los Angeles, like they did with WrestleMania 21? Is it possible we can see it at WrestleMania 30 or 31? And do you think WWE should push guys like Zack Ryder, Evan Bourne, Ted, and Drew? Okay, regarding WrestleMania in LA, as long as they're doing the Summer Slams in LA, I don't see that happening. Although they are building that new NFL stadium, the Farmers Field or whatever it's called. So, but that's going to take like 5 or 6 years to finish. And who knows, with the way construction projects go in California, maybe 10 years. But when that project is finally complete, they have that stadium up, I could see them doing a WrestleMania in LA for sure. All right, that about does it for NoDQ&A video today. Thanks for watching. Leave a comment, youtube.com/NoDQCAW. My question to you guys is, who should be the Intercontinental Champion? I like to just call it the IC title because it's easier. Who would you like to see be the IC Champion? Should it be Randy Orton? Should it be Cody Rhodes? Who do you think could bring some prestige back to that title? Let me know what you think, and keep subscribing, keep spreading the word. I really do appreciate it, and we'll see you next time.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeep's here. Keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show. The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Hello, my internet fans. We're finally here after a day's break. Episode 51, Stat Boy Rants, that's me. And as always, these rants are Stat Boy approved. Yay. Now, for those of you who did not hear the post as to why I am taping and coming up and whatever, is because Casa D18 surprised me at Disneyland the other day. And
God damn it!
there
I
she
knew it
goes
was gonna
again.
happen.
Yep. Now, in Jade's defense, though, she has been getting over a cold, so I'm going to let that one slide. But I knew it was going to happen. I knew it.
And as y'all can hear by the cackle in the background, either Clara Clark is laying an egg or Jeff Meacham is back home.
And so's the cameras, you can see by the quality of the shot.
Yes.
That's
Welcome
right.
back, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll see y'all Monday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But they showed up, stayed after work. We watched Fantasmic as a family. We played in the park as a family. We came home as a family. That's what we do at Disneyland. So I'm here now. Now, breaking news: the Jerry Sandusky trial is over, and that guy is going to rot in jail for the rest of his life. He is guilty.
He's got so much money, he'll serve the minimum sentence.
There is no minimum sentence.
Oh, there's not?
No.
Oh.
He's an old, bless you, he's an old man. He had like 45 counts of child molestation and whatnot. He's guilty, he's gonna rot.
I like it.
Which, honest to God, it should happen. Yes, that's what's gonna happen. I mean, I'm sorry. He's a dirty old man that deserves what he gets, and I will be very surprised if somebody does not kill him in jail, or it would be a justifiable homicide, I think, you know. And killing ain't right, but murder is still murder, folks.
We all know JJ's boy New Jack likes to justifiable homicides. So.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people were on Facebook. In fact, I was actually at work. I was watching Jeopardy tonight, and a little crawl came across the bottom of the screen. Now, as much as I love Jeopardy, I mean, come on now. Breaking news, man. Special news bulletin. Jeopardy is not totally important. Okay, the stats on Jade sneezing is at 5.
4.
Okay, 4. Do you got a 5th one in you?
I don't know.
Be quiet, Aaron.
Maybe, I don't know.
So much for quiet on the set. This is a take.
Right?
Hey, bodily functions. You didn't say it.
I'm not going to say what Jerry Sandusky should get.
Alright then.
It's either life or death. What else should he get? Oh, a chainsaw.
That works too. Cut his dick off. Shit.
And what? And that's worse than life imprisonment?
That's worse than death.
No, it's not.
That you're taking away his manhood.
The man is a molester. He ain't got no manhood anyway.
That's right.
Anywho, so yeah, there's something that that happened. Also, in sporting news, I've been following the Euro Cup 2012 soccer, and of course my background, my heritage, the Greek national team made it to the quarterfinals, but unfortunately they lost to the Germans. But in more important news, they beat the Russians. Sasha. Yeah, I said it. What? I'm shooting myself in the foot, but damn it, I don't care. So, like I said, you lose to one team, 5. You lose to one team. You beat one team. That's a strong nation. You lose to another one. That's okay. The Russians, the Germans, the Greeks, the Americans, the English, the Italians, the French, and the Mexicans. There's your 8 teams.
The Americans even in the Euro Cup?
No, it was all no.
It's all European teams, isn't it?
That's why it's called the Euro Cup. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why do you bring up the Americans then?
Because I sometimes follow USA soccer.
On purpose?
Well, it's American pride.
Only when Jay Flats hosts the watch party.
That's right.
There
That's Galaxy, baby. The MLS champions.
In other sporting championship news, thank God it finally happened. Miami Heat got their title this week.
I can shut up.
Exactly. But I still have seen some jokes. The joke out there now is there's a picture of Kobe Bryant. There's a picture of LeBron James. LeBron is asking, I tried calling you. Why didn't you answer the phone? Kobe says, because it was only one ring.
Aww.
Meaning that apparently because Kobe has 4 or 5 rings, he's still better than LeBron.
Pat Riley's got more than both of them.
Exactly.
And Pat Riley is president of the Heat. So.
How about this? Michael Jordan is better than Kobe and LeBron. He's got 6 rings. How about that? I think Shaq has 5 or 6 rings too.
Who?
Shaq.
Who?
The big guy.
Oh.
The one that's reduced to commentary on TNT.
Oh, that guy, yeah. Okay.
The guy that was the Lakers before Kobe took over?
Oh, okay. The one from Orlando.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy. Okay, all right. Just making sure.
Well, Miami too.
Yeah. He started Orlando.
He did the same thing that LeBron did too. He jumped multiple teams. I hate that. I hate that.
Gotta go with the titles, right, baby.
I think
just ask Luke Robitaille.
That's right. He did it, and he whatever.
I actually watched the King's interview on Jimmy Kimmel last week, and I noticed something. It's like, I don't know if the Kings were hungover, or they were all too polite as a team, but they didn't talk very much. They were hungover. Jimmy Kimmel actually asked them, by a show of hands, who is drunk, and a couple of them wanted to raise their hands, and he also asked which King player would cause the most trouble with the cup, and they all pointed out to Westgard.
Well, Kevin, yes.
Yeah. Is he that much of a troublemaker?
Kevin is shenanigans personified. True story.
There you go. So yeah.
Note the big shit-eating grins every time we take a picture with him. Every time.
Every time?
Every time. The big old toothless grin, man. He is
And in hockey news now, there's also a bit of a thing going between Bailey, the Kings, and the Devils. Apparently the Devils have the game puck?
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that?
Patrick Elias took Game 6 cup of the puck and hasn't returned it to the Kings yet.
Not cool, Elias. What are you doing? Are you that
Keep the puck. We got the cup.
Oh, yeah, but a little
symbolic thing, man.
Which would you rather have, the game puck or the cup?
Both.
I'd rather have both.
But if we
One choice to rule them all.
The cup.
Let's not compare my 45-year odyssey to a 3-hour hell. Seriously, come on now. Excuse me, 9 hours. 3 movies.
15 hours. They're doing a Hobbit prequel divided up into 2 parts.
Oh no, breaking news.
I'm going to my mom's. I'm running back to Santa Clarita. Well, hobbling back, because, you know. Yeah.
Hobble, Hobbit. I like what you did there.
I like it too.
Who's going to take over the show? Oh, well.
Hey, that's okay. I'm cool with it.
My kids have to talk about this.
I'm cool with it.
It's slow news week.
It has been.
Yeah.
I was trying to watch Kimmel on ABC.com, which is the parent company of Disney, by the way. But there's no... What the hell are you throwing at me?
A damn cheap promotion.
Hey, I have to. It's in my contract.
What contract?
Contract, wait a minute!
It's in the cast member contract, I guess. I don't know. But anyway...
You've bored Jade. She's going to her laptop.
I want to talk to Tiger about this. Wait a minute.
At least she's not sneezing anymore.
She's going to play Bubble Safari.
Zuniga rules. Anyway, the June... Monday's date. 18th?
Mm-hmm.
The June 18th episode is not up. I want to see the interview with CM Punk. Apparently, Snow Angels is hashtagging on
That was
Twitter.
Fallon, not Kimmel.
Was it Fallon?
That was Fallon. I watched it.
Yeah, because they were in New York, Long Island, and Fallon tapes in New York. Kimmel tapes in L.A.
Shoot, I got
It would
my
be kind of
Jimmy
hard
stuff.
for him to be at Long Island
I'm sorry.
and
Little
on L.A.
Jimmy
at the
strikes
same
again.
day.
Okay, I got my Jimmys mixed up.
There's a picture actually of Punk and him
Snow
on
Angels.
the floor of their
Hashtag
studio.
Snow Angels. Go figure that one.
Yeah, there was no snow and anything to make angels out of. They just like laid on the floor of the studio and just did Snow Angels on Fallon.
Leave it up to Kimmel.
I was up till 2 o'clock watching this because
Fuck me. Leave it up to Fallon.
I was up to 2 o'clock because I had to watch Raw on DVR because my family wanted to go to bed Monday night. So I was up to 2 o'clock watching Fallon.
Fallon. NBC.
The funny Jimmy.
The one that didn't make a Benoit joke at the Flavor Flav roast.
Yeah.
The most infamous joke in play history.
And that's one that works for your company. Throw that out there.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. In other network news, there's a big battle between CBS and ABC over reality shows. Of course, CBS, one of their flagship shows is Big Brother. ABC has come up with a show called The Glass House. Basically, it's a Big Brother ripoff. And it's literally a glass house. The entire house is transparent, except for the shower.
So what are they living in, the Biodome?
Pretty much. The twist of the... No. The twist of the game is that the good old USA gets to choose what the players do in the house. And the
Do we get to choose who they do?
If it was a PR thing, I would say no, but if it was an everyday thing, I would say yes.
ABC, so probably not.
Probably not.
If it was Fox, you could.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And also the public determines who goes home and who wins $250,000.
So it's Big Brother meets American Idol.
Yes.
That's stupid.
It is. There was a lawsuit involved. CBS wanted ABC to block the show, and the judge said, no way. Apparently, you can't copyright reality. Yeah, right.
Let's start with a reality show. How about the Redneck Island, huh?
We haven't been watching, have we?
Well, there's
On
only
the
been
DVR?
yeah, there's only one episode. There's only been 2 so far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get caught up on
3 tomorrow.
We got to get caught up on the good old rednecks.
What?
Yeah, the rednecks. We love rednecks. However, there are a couple people from Florida. Florida rednecks?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like from Texas to Georgia.
No, Florida's that rednecks too, man. Look at all them Gator people, man. People are crazy.
There's rednecks everywhere. That's why Jeff Foxworthy's "You Might Be a Redneck" appeals to so many people.
Okay, well, I can extend that. I'll go Arizona to Arkansas.
Rednecks in this state too, buddy.
I doubt there are rednecks in California.
Trailer Park.
That's Trailer Park. That's not redneck.
Yes, it is. It's redneck.
Trailer Park is
Jeff's a redneck.
Jeff is a redneck.
So there are rednecks in Santa Clarita?
Oh.
Oh, God.
Do you have an hour?
The redneck capital of LA.
Seriously. Freaking Newhall.
I actually read somewhere that the Chinese outnumber the Hispanics in California.
Wouldn't surprise me.
What's going on with that one, folks?
San Francisco, dude. Chinatown, all that stuff up there, man. You kidding me?
Wow.
Now, I saw that you posted something on Facebook that you were going to talk about today. That there was a certain day people were giving you fuel to rant about.
Today on Twitter, June 22nd, the hashtag #NoPanty Day. Apparently, today is the day where all ladies are supposed to go commando and born free, and it's like, I saw it thanks to Jezebel Romo at Jezebel Romo. She's at the Santino Brothers. She put the hashtag there, and I was like, what the hell is this?
It's a comfortable day, that's what it is.
But Allison Tyler said every day's no panty day for her, so it's okay.
Next thing you know, a bunch of Twitter people are saying that, oh, if you're doing no panty day, you're a whore.
Bullshit. You're a hippie.
No, you're hippie if you go no panty and don't shave.
Not a hippie.
I wasn't going to out you, but okay.
Oh!
Too much information. Too much information.
It's a lie, too.
My TMI meter just went off the charts.
It's a lie.
It is right now.
Damn!
Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars.
Jeff and Jade, man, go to your neutral corners, and when the bell
I'm not fighting. I'm just having fun. I'm not even drunk.
That's the sad part.
I'd be knocked up if you were drunk.
Oh, true story. If we were both drunk.
So apparently, I don't care either way. I mean, if the ladies want to do it, more power to them. But don't call them a whore for it. If they want to be born free, I mean, because here's the thing, people. Albeit the same, when you come in this world, you're naked. And if they want to do that stuff, let them.
We just need photographic proof. That's all I'm asking.
In fact, let's go one better. There should be a born free day, where you can walk outside naked as a jaybird and not get in trouble for it.
There should be regulations for that though.
What regulations?
If you can't see your toes, you should not go outside naked.
It's a nice way to be covered.
Shut up. Shut up.
Because the problem with being naked in public, breastfeeding, no panty day, men with their shirts off. It's the people that are either one, they're not comfortable with themselves and they want to piss off everybody else, or two, it's the prudish people that were raised a certain way and that stuff like that is bad.
Or three, you're Republican.
Wow, Republicans. Okay, yeah.
Fat Man is back.
The Fat Man is back. My show's gone to shit. I love every bit of it. Johnny Ace is gone. There's your wrestling thing, and we're all proud on that. I finally got a response back on Twitter from Nat by Nature, Natalia Neidhart, and her bikinis. Haven't you been following her on Twitter? She put like 4 pictures of herself in bikinis. I was with a co-worker. She goes, I want to see. And so we mismatched her bikinis, and she said thank you. So, Natalia, Statboy approved on your bikinis, and you're welcome. Look at Jeff Meacham. He's trying to look it up right now. You're too late.
Says you.
Says me. And on that note, I'm going to say thank you. Good night. Statboy out.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert. This is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mite or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out, separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
This is James Morgan, NWA and Mach 1 Wrestling Superstar.
This is Chris Masters, the Masterpiece.
This is Downtown Bruno.
This is Eric Watts from WWE Tough Enough.
I'm Nova.
Hey, what's up? This your boy, Sean Black.
This is Jess Bella from Santino Brothers.
Gorgeous Joey Chaos.
Yo, monkeys, it's me, DDP, Diamond Dallas Page, and you are watching Dads on Wrestling.
It's the Dads on Wrestling.
Dads on Wrestling.
Dads on Wrestling.
On YouTube.
Week on YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Now stay tuned or you will feel the bang!
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this installment of the Dads on Wrestling. I am JJ Williams, the Renegade Wrestling.
I'm Jeff Meacham, and
you're
Jeff
not.
Meacham. Yeah, exactly. You're not. Ha.
And this week's topic actually comes from a tweet that I got on Twitter at ROWJJ Williams.
You did.
From my good buddy JP Mayer.
Ah. Okay.
And he wants to know if we ran TNA. A loaded question, I know.
Yeah.
If we ran TNA, what would we do? I'll go ahead and let you start first. Try not to completely eat up all the camera space, Jeff.
I would tell Vince, buy it and count my losses, whatever. No, I'm kidding. I would definitely re-emphasize the X Division. I would take a good portion of the Knockouts division and send them on their way with pink slips, including Velvet. Keep the girls that can work, hire girls that can work, and seriously, make a Knockouts division what it had promised 4 years ago. Girls like Gail and Kong and Taylor Wilde to a certain extent, and girls of that, Daphne when she was still working. Girls like we had on the prediction show last week, Tara Calloway, people like that. Seriously. The X Division is doing better. There's more caliber talent, but they need to do more, way more. As far as the tag division is once again in trouble because Inc. keeps jobbing to Mexican America. Beer Money's gone, and who else is there? As far as good, solid tag teams that have been around for a minute. And if I'm wrong, let me know, and I'll correct myself next show.
Still have the Machine Guns. Saban's been out with an injury, which is why the Machine Guns haven't been around.
Right, they're not even having Shelley on TV at all either. He could be in the X Division.
That's true. He was on there for a minute when they were building up to Destination.
Yeah, but Saban's hurt, and
they may just be keeping Shelley waiting for Saban to come back.
Which I guess that makes sense. But, to have a caliber X Division wrestler just sitting there with his thumb in his ass, it's a waste of time and money.
I agree.
Heavyweights. Kurt, retire. Joe, either move on or step it up. And granted, that's a lot of TNA's booking, but they booked him like that because he's got a big mouth. Made no bones about the fact that he wanted to go. Much like John Morrison in WWE. Opened his big mouth too much, now he's in trouble. Whoever beats Crimson better be really good. I'm not talking like Matt Morgan or, some bullshit like that. Have the world champion be the guy to take Crimson down. Bobby Roode.
But hasn't Crimson already gone over Bobby Roode?
Don't remember. But now that Bobby's...
I'm pretty sure he did during the Bound for Glory series.
He possibly did, but now Bobby is the guy. And the guy should not lose relatively soon. Should Crimson's streak end soon? I don't think so. I'm not big on Crimson. You guys know that. But for me, if it's going to be a loss, it's got to be against somebody like Bobby, or AJ, or somewhere in that upper echelon. Kurt Angle even. When he comes back. Although this is going up after the prediction show, which means not to ruin your day, Kurt's already back. So I know you're walking off. Sorry. I didn't say what he did. I just let you know he's back. So have Kurt.
I have to throw one of those in there because it's been a minute since we've been able to do a walk.
It's true because we've been so good with you.
Hashtag bringing it back.
Oh wow, there you go. I did the facepalm last week on the show, so we're slowly bringing gimmicks back, slowly but surely.
Just like we brought back the Long Beach Clothing Company.
That's right, we did. We are back here, and we love it here. Even Tara liked it here. That was awesome. She got some good shirt out of that. That was awesome.
Let me Barry Horowitz myself for suggesting that we invite her down here since she was in town anyway.
She loved it, and she will be on the show. She'll be on RSI next month, or this month, whatever month it is. She'll be on before the big match of the winter. Talk more with her. But yeah, and behind the scenes, send Russo packing. Hogan has shown in the last couple weeks or so, as long as he's not on TV, it's okay. His business has picked up a little bit. It's gotten a little bit better. A little bit. As long as that's his influence and not Russo's, fine. If Russo's doing it, shit, keep him. I doubt it's him. I think it's Hogan and Bischoff and their powwow, if you will. That's what I would do.
Okay. I'm actually going to commend you for not being as long-winded as I thought you were going to be. Or as short-winded as I thought you were going to be. Because it's either going to be one extreme or the other.
Yeah. If it was me, I'd be like, you know what, just fire everybody, sell the company, and count your losses. But that's me.
Yeah, see, to piggyback off of what you said a little bit, I would pretty much fire everybody.
Oh.
And I would start completely fresh. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some guys on the roster that I would retain their services for. But I would sign fresh contracts, probably pay cuts from what some of them are getting right now.
Seriously.
And for those that I think are worth more, I'd give pay raises to. But I would completely wipe the slate clean and pretend like we are in June 2002 again and start from the ground up. I would make the guys that have been there a minute, haven't gotten their just due, finally get their due. You know, I have made no bones about praising TNA for doing what WWE couldn't do with Matt Morgan and building him and pushing him and making him a viable wrestling contender.
Threat to any championship he goes.
Why the fuck hasn't he had the gold yet?
If not the world title, what about the TV title? Make that worth something now that Robbie.
You know, I would go back to what brought the X Division to the dance. There are a ton of guys on the indie circuit that would be doing great things in the X Division right now. You know, like you said, if Sabin is injured, if AJ's not focusing on the X Division, if they're keeping Shelley off TV, I don't give a fuck about Jesse Sorensen. I don't give a fuck about Zima Ion. Exactly. I would be bringing in some of the X Division talent that we see in the indies out here. And I know that some of y'all have seen on the indies on the East Coast, because some of these guys really do get around.
Why in the world did they fire Jay Lethal, first of all?
Seriously.
Seriously.
Why wasn't Jay Lethal rehired when Macho Man passed away? Nothing else, but for a short-term run, bringing back Black Machismo to pay homage to his idol.
Instead we got CM Punk wearing Macho Man tights, which granted was funnier as shit, but still.
You know? So the X Division I would make mean something. How Kid Cash should be the champion right now. Christopher Daniels should be the champion right now. Frankie the Future Kazarian should be the champion right now. I love me some Ado. Austin Aries is a hell of a talent.
Yes, he is. Always has been.
Not enough time in the company to be champion.
Okay. Nor Kendrick.
Yeah. I would have Jerry Lynn fighting in the X Division 1. If nothing else, to be the guy that is making these guys.
And how about the guy that Jerry Lynn has feuded with basically his entire career? Can you imagine what would happen if they turned RVD loose in the freaking X Division match?
Unfortunately, I don't think RVD would qualify anymore now that they fucking put weight limits on it.
That's true. That's
which
fucked up.
I'd abolish, because it wasn't about weight limits. It was about no limits. You could have a fat man like Jeff in the X Division as long as he could keep up and not get blown up. That's why Samoa Joe was such a great X Division competitor. He's a big old Samoan, but he had the X Division mentality. Tag division, you're absolutely right. They have like no division now. You have King, you have Machine Guns, who half of which are injured, and you've got Mexican America over on the other side.
Aren't they WWE now, Mexican America?
Yeah, seriously. I've seen that too. You know, what the hell? No, wait. This is WWE we're talking about. It's LWO.
Oh, good point. Good point.
They own the rights to that.
That's right.
But
I'm gonna break this wall in the fall. Shit.
The tag team division needs to completely be overhauled.
Non-existent, man. Ridiculous.
You've got so many great wrestlers on the roster that don't fire Kurt Angle. Put him in a tag team with somebody.
Like who? Just out of curiosity.
Matt Morgan. Your Olympic gold medalist Kurt Angle and the Blueprint Matt Morgan can call themselves the Red, White, and Blueprint. Sounds a little corny, but it just came off the top. Let an experienced guy like Angle make Matt Morgan. This is much the same thing I've been talking about that the WWE needs to do with John Cena for a minute. Take him out of the main event spotlight, put him into a tag team, not a fluke couple week tag team like Cena Michaels, Cena Batista, Cena Miz, Cena Rock. Put him in a long-term tag team. Instead of Awesome Truth, it should have been Cena and Truth, and Cena could have gone back to his freestyle ones.
Things that make you go,
But use some of these WWE, been so programmed, TNA heavyweights to build talent. Don't completely get rid of Steen. Steen is a huge asset.
Sting is great what he's doing.
Put Steen in a tag team with something.
I personally like Sting as he is right now as the director of authority.
So do I. But if Steen is going to insist on continuing to get in the ring, do it in a tag team. That way the entire team doesn't have to be centered around him. He can kind of do what Andre did when Andre was hurt. Just kind of chill on the ring apron, watch his partner work, get the hot tags, hit the Steiner splash, hit the Scorpion Death Drop, the Scorpion Death Lock, hit all those Steen 5 moves of doom, if you will, and then once they get in the back, Steen can go, okay, here's where you need to work on. This was good. Step your game up here and help these guys get better. Jeff Jarrett, great businessman. I love Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett does not get the credit he deserves, but he shouldn't be chasing the championship.
Shouldn't he be a Mexican champion?
He should be a team with somebody. Seriously. So, and then, like you said with the knockouts, oh my God, you've got Gail, you've got Mickey, you've got Winter, you've got Tara. Why am I naming ex-WWE divas?
At the end of the day, they can produce.
They are the heart and soul of your knockouts division right now. You've got Angelina, who's a decent worker. You've got Sarita and Rosita, who are decent workers.
Sarita more so.
And that's about where it stops.
Madison can be when she chooses to be.
But you can't go for 50-50 bullshit. If you're going to have a division, it needs to work. Bottom line. So, just like I said about the X division, you hit the indies. You got Christina Von Eerie. One night. So far.
And a tag match at that. It wasn't even a showcase for the knockouts. It was just a tag team title defense.
That she was on.
That she lost. Her team lost that.
But you got Christina Von Eerie. You've got Allison Danger on the indie circuit, who would do big things for TNA.
Half the girls are wild.
Seriously. You've got Tara Calloway, who we had last week.
Yeah.
Would be great in TNA. So, that's basically what I would do. I would wipe the slate clean, and start over.
Yeah.
Thank you, JP Meyer, for that suggestion.
Yes, sir.
What would you, the fans, do? Let us know in the comment box. And until next week, for Jeff, I'm the Renegade, here in Long Beach Clothing Company. See you next time.
now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way. And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Welcome, NoDQ Galaxy, and we are back with the NoDQ review number 51. And I am Virtue, being joined by the NoDQ review team panel of TJS, Big G, and Aaron Rift. I see a lot of NoDQ shirts going on here, except, what are you wearing, TJS?
This is a plain teal shirt.
Nice. The invisible NoDQ logo? Is that the new thing?
It's the
What's
Johnson.
up? What's up, man? How are we going to get more views for the review for everything on the NoDQ channel? What do we got to do? What does Aaron Rift have to do?
Apparently wear teal shirts, plain teal shirts. That's the new craze. Maybe it's a tribute to the new Weezer album that came out recently with all the cover songs.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
All right, well, you just ready for the review, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm hot topics this week, folks. Hot topics, as always.
All right, Big G, I see you looking like your South Park self today. What is going on, man?
Well, you guys know it's been a rough week for me. My grandfather just recently passed away, but I am thankful that you guys are here to support me 100%, and I'm ready to talk about some wrestling.
Absolutely.
How are you doing, Aaron?
Our condolences to you and your family, and let's try to discuss some wrestling here and try to lift up everyone's spirits a little bit as much as we can, because WWE hasn't really been doing the best job of lifting up our spirits lately, that's for sure.
And Aaron, that might be part of the problem, but let's kick it off. Let's start. Kurt Angle, a week ago, we found out he was going to have his last match at WrestleMania. You know, so he says, so they say. And we were saying, John Cena, you know, this or that, and it's going to be Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin, who still, in his mind, thinks he's a general manager because he's still wearing the gimmick, which is just, you know, it's not appealing. I got in a little scuffle on Twitter when I said Kurt, at this point, seeing how blown up and gassed he looked after his match this Monday, I'm thinking, why does he even have a match at Mania? And then I kind of backtracked. Maybe I meant singles match, because at this stage in his career, you know, why not have the world's greatest tag team and Kurt in a 6-man tag against, I don't know, Corbin, Lashley, McIntyre, something like that. But no, we're going to get Angle and Corbin. Aaron Rift, I'll start with you. Fan backlash galore with this.
Absolutely. I was expecting John Cena to come out since Raw was in Chicago, and that was where John Cena made his televised debut on SmackDown in Chicago versus Kurt Angle, the whole ruthless aggression promo, which we've seen so many times. We were all hoping for Cena, and instead it was Baron Corbin, and the fans in Chicago started chanting, "We want Cena," which is crazy because they almost never chant that, especially in a city like Chicago. Now, apparently, this is WWE's plan. This is not part of a swerve. It is going to be Baron Corbin, although it would not shock me if John Cena shows up on the go-home edition of Raw and inserts himself into the match, gives an AA to Corbin, and we get Angle versus Cena. But man, if it's Angle versus Corbin, there's the bathroom break match right there. And I really hate to say that for Kurt Angle, but we got to take a bathroom break sometime, right? TJS, your thoughts?
Well, I don't think they're going to change this, man. I really don't, because in their mind, they're like, oh, well, this is just getting Baron Corbin heat. This is getting people to hate Baron Corbin even more. But the problem is that Kurt Angle's the one that chose Baron Corbin. I don't like that. I think that the McMahon family should have been like, if you want your last match at Mania, we pick your opponent and we pick Baron Corbin, because that's the proper way to get heat. Not have Kurt pick him, because if you think about it, I mean, there's reason to dislike Kurt for this now. Kurt's supposed to be the babyface, and he picks like one of the most boring wrestlers on the roster to face when we want these dream matches. Like, I thought his match with Chad Gable was awesome. It wasn't like 5 stars, but if you gave those guys like 10 or 15 more minutes, it could have been. Chad Gable, I believe, is criminally underrated, and the two could have put on a clinic, but no. It's like you guys said, we're getting Baron Corbin versus Angle, and I really, like I said, I don't see WWE changing it, because why would they? They're in their mind, they're saying Baron Corbin's the heel, and that's it. But the thing is, people are talking about long-term storytelling with Kurt Angle and Baron Corbin, but this rivalry already wrapped up, so there's no reason to redo it. Why would Kurt Angle want to face Baron after he's already gotten his redemption? We've seen this match countless times. I'm tired of it. Like you guys said, this will be the first of 2 bathroom break matches, because SmackDown Women's title, you know. Big G, what do you think, man?
Oofa. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really looking forward towards this match either. Like we've all said, even Virtue said, you know, Kurt Angle was pretty much blown up on Monday.
I just feel bad for him. Like that, Kurt's one of the most intense wrestlers in the ring I've ever seen, and he wants to be that way still. Yeah. But his body won't let him, and that's why he gets so blown up. And it's just like, I hate seeing that.
Like TJS said, if you gave him 10 or 15 more minutes, the poor man would have passed out in the ring. I'm sorry to say, you could tell back in the day, if you watched his 24 special, you know he was doing stuff back then to keep him going. But now that he's clean and everything like that, of course, he's going to get blown up real fast. And maybe that's why they're putting him with Corbin, you know, do it like a quick minute squash match or something like that, 5 minutes or something. But
I think it'll have to be short, man.
It's
because
gonna
the crowd will turn. The crowd will get nasty.
And it was funny how Chicago chanted, "We want Cena." Even I was thinking, you know, I want Cena, damn it. Give me Cena. I want to see Cena versus Angle one more time, because Cena could carry most of the match for Angle, you know. I don't know. Hopefully the crowd, well, it's going to be in New York. So, yeah, they're probably going to shit on the match big time.
I mean, like you said, Big G, unless it starts where Corbin gets his stuff in the first minute and a half of the match, and then Angle hulks up and wins, and it's like a 3 or 4 minute match. I mean, if it goes beyond 5, they're going to crap on it, and I feel so bad because Angle does not deserve that.
And Angle really, he only does a couple moves now. He just does his Germans, hits the ankle lock, does the ankle slam.
That's it.
You have the early, like, chain wrestling in the beginning, but after that, it's just a spam of signatures and finishers. So,
I would have rather seen Corbin and Angle on Raw this past week, and then see Gable, Chad Gable versus Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
Someone actually suggested to me, because Angle in a tag match, he'd be more protected. What was the hottest match at WrestleMania 34?
Angle and Ronda.
And nobody expected that to be. And Angle was in a tag match where he could be limited, right?
Yep.
Why couldn't we have had just say Corbin teaming with McIntyre versus, I don't know, Kurt Angle and Roman Reigns? Protect Roman's leukemia comeback as well and put them as an underdog team.
Yeah.
But whatever. Here we go. 17 matches, and this is the problem. This will go into our next topic. This is kind of potentially here 17 matches in a potentially 8-hour show. Now, I'm going to be there, right? So I hope they have cabanas. Maybe we can have tent. Maybe it'll be like Woodstock. I don't know, where it goes on all weekend. Now, some people have suggested one day should WrestleMania be a 2-day event? Isn't it kind of already a 4-day event? You have the Hall of Fame. You have NXT. 5-day event. You have WrestleMania. You have Raw. And you have SmackDown, all part of the bundle.
Yeah.
TJS, I want to start with you. 17 matches. What's up with this marathon mania that they like to do these days?
Well, I think the problem with WWE is that they believe that the bigger the better, which is not the case. I think the quality of the matches is more important than the quantity of the matches. So just because it's your biggest show doesn't mean it's your best show. I get it. It's WrestleMania. Oh, big show. WrestleMania 35. It's been going on for 35 years. But you don't have to give us like 4 hours of filler, and then because there's not that many matches that I'm really looking for on this card. There's a couple, yeah, but I'm not a fan of such long shows. 4 hours is already pushing it, and that's their regular pay-per-view time. And 3 hours on the week for Raw, 2 hours for SmackDown, just so oversaturated. And as far as the 2-day event goes, man, I don't know about that one, because I feel like that would make one night feel less important. If the way that they're presenting it's like this is all WrestleMania. But if you did 2 days, I feel like it would be WrestleMania Part 1. That would have the undercard. Then WrestleMania Part 2 would just be the main matches. Like, I'm not sure how that formatting would work. And it's like Aaron said, he went to WrestleMania 31, and I mean, how long was that show, Aaron? It was like, what, 5 hours, something like that?
Around 5 to 6 hours, yeah.
Even WrestleMania 2, where they did it in the 3 venues, it was only like an hour in each venue live, and then they do the closed circuit TV screen while they move to the next venue. And, of course, it ended in Los Angeles, I believe, with King Kong Bundy versus Hulk Hogan in the cage. But that was still only, 3, maybe 4 tops back in the day?
Yeah, and the problem is that WWE has so much talent on the roster that they want to book all these people. Everyone wants that WrestleMania payday, but the way I see it, I think only the best should be competing at WrestleMania, not everyone. Because they talk about all year, you want a spot at WrestleMania, you have to impress the management. But I feel like almost everyone gets on the card, especially with the Battle Royals that shouldn't even be there. But yeah, I feel like if they did the 2-day event, they would probably try to do 2 8-hour days or something. And I just think of the fans in attendance, man, because it's got to get exhausting just sitting there for all these hours. That's probably the only reason I like the idea of the 2-day event. That's probably the advantage, is that you give the crowd a break. Because I don't believe there's any intermissions at WrestleMania unless they're just showing a video package. So you don't get your 15-minute intermission or whatever. And even if you did, I doubt you could go to the bathroom in 15 minutes with that packed stadium. So,
Big G, do you think they do this for the traveling, the foreigners who fly from out of country, people that go across, just to make them feel like the longer it is, the more of an experience it is? Like, do you think that's their mindset?
I think so, because, I mean, you got people coming from Europe, you got people coming from Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, so yeah, you got an 8-hour show, 2 hour being the kickoff, and then a 6-hour WrestleMania, and then you have Raw and SmackDown the day before, and then Hall of Fame and NXT, So I wouldn't even suggest a 2-day event. Just cut out the pre-show. If you're going to do a pre-show, just talk about the matches. Don't have any of the matches on there. And keep it to I mean, because if it's a 3-hour show, it's going to be like Raw pretty much. So, I mean, make it a 4.5-hour show tops, if that, you know. Because like TJ has said, you're going to if there's going to be 17 matches, by the time the main event comes, nobody is going to be doing anything. Cheering, booing, standing. So if Ronda, Becky, and Charlotte go on last, I feel bad for them. I truly do, because the crowd is going to be burnt out.
And the
especially if the people go to NXT, NXT always throws an amazing show. So does WrestleMania, don't get me wrong. But you're going to have 16 matches. Okay, maybe 3 on the kickoff and then the rest on the main card. But still, I don't know what WWE, I don't know what Vince is thinking. You know, does he want to please everybody, like you said, TJS? Everybody's got to have a WrestleMania payday. The bigger you are, you should be on WrestleMania. If you're a low card talent that's hardly ever used on TV, sorry, Lacey Evans, Apollo Crews, all of them, you shouldn't even be on WrestleMania. You should be on the kickoff show, on the Andre Battle Royal or the Women's Battle Royal. That's where you belong. I'm sorry.
Aaron, I think Vince just Matt, you know how the Super Bowl, yeah, Aaron, I'm telling you, football reference here. The Super Bowl was always like a week-long event, right? And they used to do the Pro Bowl around it and all that. I think Vince McMahon, in his mind, because he loves football and the XFL, he's trying to make Mania like a week-long Super Bowl. I mean, and every year it's gotten bigger and bigger in his eyes. What do you think, Aaron?
Well, yeah, he's definitely trying to make it the biggest event possible. And, you know, TJS mentioned earlier about, like, how would it work with a 2-day event. To me, it would be like Coachella or Lollapalooza, one of those festivals where each night you have your lower acts and then you have your headliners. So each night would be just as important. I think part of the problem with the 2-day event is that WWE would have to jack up the prices even more to justify running in the stadium a second night, because that's going to cost a lot of money. So they'll have to raise the prices, although you could have the one ticket, you get the same seat for both nights, and that way people can have a little bit of a break, make 2 4-hour shows. I mean, ideally, I would like a 5-hour show tops with no kickoff. That would be what I would like, but I feel like we're moving in the other direction, and there's no sign of that stopping anytime soon.
So then if they did that, so you would have Raw and SmackDown, you'd have a break Tuesday, have Hall of Fame on Thursday, NXT on Friday, WrestleMania Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday, Raw and SmackDown again.
How about we just get rid of the Hall of Fame? Seriously.
I mean, it'd be nice if they built one, you know, or had it. You make a deal with Universal Studios or something where you can at least have a ride, you know, something.
Cleveland, they got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you know, I don't know where the Baseball Hall of and isn't the Football Hall of Fame's in Ohio too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Canton, Ohio.
Ohio, yeah. So, you know, if they're getting off topic, if their headquarters are in Connecticut, they should have the Hall of Fame in Connecticut, like in the building next to it or something like that. So,
well, did you hear they're moving? I think they're moving their headquarters. It's still going to be in Stamford or Connecticut. I just wonder how much bigger. Like even Vince wants bigger office. Like that's a pretty impressive complex. Like Titan Towers is what we always called it. When you see it, it's kind of iconic. And if Vince wants to move into, like, I wonder what this new facility is going to look. It's bigger, more countries, worldwide. Well, you know what I mean? It's different. Actually, they look at it differently.
There is a way you can look at it on Google Maps. It does look like a large building.
Yes.
Looks bigger than their current
Titan Towers or whatever they call it.
Yes.
You think? There you go.
He's running
big.
Yeah, he's running out of room for that ego. He's got to fit it all in that office. And
how many dinosaur fossils do you think that he bought that he needs to have on display? You know,
well,
does he have a dinosaur fossil?
He's got Triple H. He's got Hulk Hogan. You know, the list goes on.
Oh my God! All right, so what do you guys think is a sweet spot for today's wrestling product? Because I think a lot of fans are disenchanted. They're confused. You know, you have the people that's like me that still like sports entertainment, but you have the indie fans that love wrestling. And where's the sweet spot? And does anybody cater to it? Apparently, WWE tries by their main product for sports entertainment, NXT for wrestling. You have AEW coming. You have all your other little Ring of Honors, Impacts. Is there a sweet spot where fans can be happy? Aaron, I want to start with you on this one. Because I don't know if there is, man.
I don't know either. I don't know. Big G, what do you think? I really have no opinion on it. This is going to bring down our ratings. You know, we got to talk more mainstream stuff, no indie stuff.
Well, I'm going to say
this has again, Aaron, this has everything to do with mainstream because, hold on, Big G, we're talking about sports entertainment, which is the WWE mainstream way. So Aaron just wasn't prepared for this topic, so Big G, go for it.
Well, I think WWE caters to pretty much everybody here and there. You got your people who like the 205 Lives, the cruiserweights like Cindy and Simply Noah. You got us wrestling fans down in NXT and NXT UK. You got the sports entertainer guys like Aaron, Virtue, Jeff Meacham, all of them. And then the AEW and all the indie promotions, I think they just cater purely to the wrestling fans. There's really not much sports entertainment. There is, don't get me wrong, but it's not as much as WWE does. Trying to think of a good example. Well, like I said, you know, NXT, they cater to the wrestlers and so forth and so on.
And Aaron, nobody wants the Attitude Era back, but it still drew the highest ratings of all time.
Yeah, that is
true. And see, that's another thing. Let me talk about that. People they want to recreate the Attitude Era, but it's never going to come back, people.
Nope.
That was at a certain time, a period of time where wrestling was really hot. Nowadays, wrestling it's still hot, but it's not the hottest thing in the world right now.
Well, it's down to just wrestling fans. Back then, it had casuals. Now it's just wrestling fans. TJS, you want to chime in on this all? Any thought?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it was like Stone Cold Steve Austin is someone that everyone knows. Like if you ask someone who is this, they can tell you that's Stone Cold. Oh, that's Hulk Hogan. Oh, that's the Undertaker. Show someone now like
Johnny Gargano.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
that's the thing. WWE sucks at establishing characters, at telling stories. We just get some lame. Like I can't think of a really good story that's going on right now in WWE. I like the Ronda Becky Charlotte thing, but it's becoming overexposed. And that's the thing. They have to keep producing shows every week. And if you leave them off the card, then it's going to be like, oh, well, I guess they're not relevant anymore. So they just need fresh ideas, really. And just shorten the product. That's all I can say.
All right.
Too long.
Well, I'm going to throw Kofi Kingston in the mix here, into the fire, back in the mid-card where he belongs. I go out of my way on the No DQ review number 50. Aaron even puts a thumbnail up of Kofi Mania. We put him in the main event, and it was one of our least viewed. Granted, you know, we almost still have 3,000 views. We appreciate you, No DQ Galaxy. But look what happened on SmackDown, Josh Mansfield. Now, we still have time. Kofi and Bryan could still happen. Who knows? But how are we going to get there, everybody? What is next for Kofi? Vince McMahon has Vince McMahon fingerprints all over this. You are just not main event material. You know, and all the fans are trying to make it like something's interesting, like race card. I really wish, and we're going to talk about SmackDown on Fox TV 14 after this. I would love to see actual, what you see on other cable television shows, what you see on Netflix, actual stories that relate to real life. The race card would be perfect here. Oh, but no. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first on it. Well,
all right, there you go. Aaron,
Big G was raising his hand. Oh, I like this topic, but Big G, was there something if you want to go first?
You guys.
No, go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree with you. I would love to see Kofi actually go on television and ask Vince if he's a racist, because that, to me, is the only thing that really makes sense in the storyline. Why does Vince have this vendetta against Kofi Kingston? It hasn't really been explained on television.
No.
There was like little subtle teases here and there, you know, little reference to, you know, our kind of people are never going to get the opportunities no matter how hard we work, you know, little just subtle references to it. But I just want to see them go full blown. The problem is that, like Big G said earlier, the Attitude Era was a product of its time. We're not really going to see another Attitude Era. And the problem is that if WWE ever tried to do that, people get offended over every little thing now. I mean, you can't even share a picture of an attractive woman without being labeled a, you know, sexist. That's you know, being a weirdo
but I mean,
and a
in
creep.
TV shows like Law and Order or movies, they have races. I mean, they tell those stories, and people don't cry and bitch about it.
I mean,
so why this?
Well, I think some people will say, well, it's going to cheapen Kofi's win. You know, the fact that they had to play the race card, but I like, how else do you explain why Vince is upset with him? Like, to me, that's like the big logic hole here. Why is Vince doing this to Kofi? And it hasn't been explained. And there's the little subtle teases on social media, but we haven't actually seen anything on television. And I wonder if they're just afraid to pull the trigger on it because they're worried that people are going to get upset. As it is, the fans that think wrestling is still real to them, damn it, they go on Twitter and they say they're not going to watch WWE anymore because WWE is not putting the title, you know, on a black man, and they're racist already. And WWE hasn't even pushed that storyline on television, and people are still talking about it. But I feel like us talking about it and trying to come up with some ideas for this just goes to show that it's not really that appealing of a storyline. You know, I think they need to go big or go home. Take a chance. Yeah. Push the envelope.
And look, I would buy, Big G, you're next. I would buy into this Kofi Mania and actually feel rewarded to watch him beat Daniel Bryan one-on-one for the title if they had a storyline like this. You know what I mean? I would be compelled. I think that would be awesome. And Vince McMahon has to eat that crow. What do you think?
Well, you guys really don't watch the after SmackDown YouTube post, but New Day was, except for TGS, New Day was in the locker room backstage, and Big E was, you know, contemplating, you know, we should quit the WWE. You know, you've done this for 11 years. You're not gonna, they won't let you go through the glass ceiling. So this is what I'm thinking. Next week, if they're gonna go the WrestleMania 30 route like they do with Daniel Bryan, because they've been calling Kofi a B+ player now, I feel either New Day is gonna threaten to quit the WWE or they're gonna try to hijack SmackDown until he gets his title shot against Daniel Bryan.
Right.
At WrestleMania.
Or maybe they do something like from 2000 where The Rock and Mankind came out there. I think it was actually The Rock because Mankind got fired, and The Rock was insisting that Mankind gets rehired, and he said if Triple H and Stephanie don't go along with it and rehire him.
I can see the whole locker room like protesting and walking out.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they were all back there watching the match last night, like in the viewing party room. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? So I'm assuming they're gonna do something like that, or the locker room's gonna protest and walk out and say, you know, SmackDown's not gonna be SmackDown if we're not here. So you better give Kofi his title, his opportunity at WrestleMania. Damn it.
Yeah.
You want real drama? Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, because who's gonna talk over Vince and convince Vince to do this? He's the final decision maker. Like, if they have Stephanie come out and say Kofi's getting the shot, like, that's gonna make no sense whatsoever. Like,
Linda's the only one that's ever put Vince in his place, like, besides Austin.
They could do Linda, have her come out and say.
Okay, if they really want to make things interesting, because they're baby faces and you're not going to have a finger poke of doom, have Vince come out and say, you want New Day. You think Kofi deserves this shot at WrestleMania against Daniel Bryan? At the end of SmackDown, all three of you in a triple threat match, and the winner goes on to face Daniel Bryan. That would be an awesome thread for a show, because baby faces aren't going to lay down. Now you're going to have Big E thinking, it could be me, Xavier Woods. I mean, I'm just saying that's one small example of how to get out of it, but come on.
Yeah.
I just can't believe.
Another idea that they could possibly do is have it be revealed that it was Xavier and Big E that were in cahoots with Vince all along, and they were jealous of Kofi and his success, so they talked to Vince and got in his ear, and it's revealed that they were double-crossing Kofi all along.
There you
See,
go.
this is what I
like
thought. Before TJS starts, this is what I thought. So we had like 5 minutes left on SmackDown after Kofi won, right? Last night.
Oh, you saw that coming, man. You saw that coming.
No, I didn't even see Daniel Bryan coming. I thought, okay, because we had talked about it before. I figured the New Day was going to turn on Kofi Kingston right there. When Kofi was up on the, celebrating, I figured, and Big E and Xavier right behind him, I was like, man, this is a perfect time. And sure enough, that's when Vince came out, and I was like, well, we're gonna get Daniel Bryan because he was already in his ring gear. So
that's true.
TJS, this was clearly designed to get more heat on Daniel Bryan. Remember a time when Daniel Bryan was retired, which was about a year ago, right? Then he came back. Fans wanted him back so bad. Didn't know if he was going to wrestle again. We talked. He's going to go to Japan to wrestle, this or that. He's back now in a heel role, and he's doing a good job if fans want to see him lose. But, I mean, why can't we appreciate Daniel Bryan he literally is getting pushed. It's not as a baby face, but take it away with this, man.
A year ago today is when Daniel Bryan announced that he was coming back to the ring. So I'd say that it's been a good year, or at least a good 6 months for him. You have Trump buy WWE, and then Trump push Kofi to win the title, so it's a win-win for everyone.
That's what you would do? Interesting. Well, Linda McMahon serves on his cabinet, so there's Linda's decision. All right, TJ, so thanks for the thumbs down.
An idea that I have, I would like it that...
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on a second. What about if...
What a topic, baby.
Here's how Donald Trump gets over. Donald Trump comes out and tells Vince Kofi's main eventing WrestleMania.
Yeah, after he buys I like it.
Wow, that would be talk about some. Oh, wow.
Because then people can't boo that because Trump is giving the fans what they want. He's saying, "Sorry, Vince, but you got to make Kofi. I'm the president of the United States. Kofi is going to fight for the WWE title." Gets Trump over as a babyface.
If Trump was out of office and no longer president, because then I could see something like that happen, and that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I know. There's like zero chance of that happening, but it would be amusing.
Oh man.
We are the authority. Don't forget that.
We are.
Seriously, I want Vince to go on some rant or whatever, and he's like, you know why that you're not WWE title material? Look at you. You have pancakes. You wear the unicorn horn. And then I want him to almost say, because you're, and then Kofi could be like, what? What'd you just say? And
what?
Then,
excellent writing, TJS. Yeah, excellent.
I like that idea. And then that could be he never said because you're black, but New Day could just push it. You heard what the man was gonna say. He doesn't it's because of our skin color, which that was kind of what the New Day was doing when they first started with the whole preacher gimmick. So I feel like they could come out there with a list of WWE champions. And you notice something about this list, guys? None of them are of our ethnicity. They're all white or Mexican or whatever. And I feel like WWE will never push the envelope like that because of the kids. I feel like it's oriented, and you can have you'll have a black kid watching the show, and then you'd hear Vince say that, and then the kid would ask his parents just because you're black means you can't be the champion or whatever. So I feel like we're too politically correct for that nowadays, unfortunately. So we'll probably get something like New Day filling Vince McMahon's limo with pancakes or something, and that'll be the last.
You know what I am liking though?
They're gonna pour syrup on him from the rafters or something.
You know what I do like though? We haven't seen no pancakes. We haven't seen no trombones in the past month and a half from the New Day.
We had pancakes last night.
Yeah, they were eating pancakes backstage
with the Usos.
Okay, they were eating pancakes. Okay, they were
saying what you want to see. Yeah, that's all right though. I mean,
they become a little bit more serious ever since Kofi won that gauntlet back in February in the Elimination Chamber. He was closed in last night, so.
And I like the promo that Big E cut backstage where they were talking about quitting.
Big E's a star, baby. I hope they push him one day.
And didn't Big E also say something in a video blog where he was like, hey, people in WWE of our kind only make it so far, right? Aaron?
Right, yeah,
Like,
that was the little subtle,
Yeah.
you know, they didn't go, flat out say it, but yeah, it's kind of...
It's like right there. They just need to...
They want you to think it. They want you to think it, but I'm sure like Bruce Pritchard and people in WWE would say, no,
Dude,
we never
Henry needs
intended
to
that.
come out and be their manager.
Oh boy, Nation of
Mark
Domination
Henry, he's
2.0.
doing something with them. Mark Henry, he's traveling with them, and I don't know if he's an agent or what. I thought he was doing something with them.
This reminds me of the South Park episode where it's Wheel of Fortune. It's like people who annoy you, and Vince is Randy Marsh.
Ooh.
Well, all right. So speaking of controversial type things to discuss, so SmackDown, when they go to Fox, we've heard these rumblings that Fox wants an edgier product. So what do you think? I mean, is this going to fit the bill? Can they do more stuff like this if a network wants it? Or do you think they're still going to shy away? And I'll start with you, TJS, because they're publicly traded. They're a politically correct company to please the stockholders. Are you intrigued at all by these rumors of SmackDown on Fox, of the edginess?
I sure hope it's true, because I feel like it would be really good if you can separate the brands from each other and make them feel like a different show. I mean, because what do we have now? We just have different sets, basically, and that's it. It's the same format, basically, every week on either show, except one shorter. That's it. And I feel like maybe we could get more of, like, the edginess on SmackDown, because I guess once it goes to Fox, that's going to be the flagship show, it seems, and Raw is just going to get the shaft now. I'm wondering if it's going to become 3 hours or not.
You're jinxing it, is what you're doing. You're giving us all an extra hour of wrestling to watch each week.
Well, I'd be fine with that if it gets better, but I really don't think it's going to. And Fox seems to be like really sports oriented, so it makes me feel like maybe these rumors aren't true. Maybe by edgier, they mean that we're going to get more hardcore matches or something. I really don't see SmackDown going in like a non-politically correct direction. Probably just more swear words, and that's about it. I don't know about anything else. Aaron, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what's going to change. I mean, are they going to have more edgier storylines? Are they going to use more profanity? What do they mean by that? Like, I don't think we're going to see chair shots to the head, because that's an entirely different thing. So, yeah, I don't know what they're really going to do to push the envelope. I mean, the only thing I could think of is storylines that are not as politically correct and doing something that might offend somebody.
You think these subtleties with like Kofi and Vince, that they're really, is this testing the waters on a subliminal level, you think, Aaron, to see if maybe they can deliver this stuff when they do the move?
Could be. I mean, I think that's what they want to present to people, and they want people to think all that. But again, I think they're afraid to actually go all out with it and actually do the full-blown Vince might be a racist storyline on television. We'll see what happens. We've got 2 weeks left until WrestleMania. Anything can happen. But, just looking on Twitter, I could see people already upset about Big E's video from today, saying, I can't believe WWE's bringing race into this now, and this is terrible. They're ruining the storyline and all that stuff. So I don't know if they're going to go through with it. I really don't.
Big G, any thoughts?
I mean, you guys pretty much covered everything. I mean, I guess they are trying to test the waters a little bit, because Fox is known to be a little bit edgier with their shows and stuff like that, and I don't know, if they do something like that, are people gonna get offended? Because people get offended easily nowadays by the smallest thing. I mean, you have all these alleged people that were sexually assaulted back in the day by these actors and directors, and took them this long to say something. So, and nowadays, people get offended easily. So I don't know what's gonna happen if they're gonna go back to TV 14 or not.
I feel we're going to get more profanity, but we're not going to get like a live sex celebration like we used to.
It'll be Roman Reigns going on there calling his opponent a bitch. Which she already does on Raw. All right. I want to bring up this topic. This wasn't on the list, but it got me thinking. I thought the Miz's promo, which we always do, was fantastic on SmackDown, and to me, I was kind of shocked that maybe they didn't have Shane McMahon come out at the end of that gauntlet match to, help his dad, because he's a heel now, and try to screw Kofi over. And the Miz came out for the save. Kofi gets the win, goes to Mania, which would build more heat for the Shane and Miz match too. I remember, Aaron, they used to intertwine feuds and appearances. What do you think, man?
Well, basically, WWE handcuffed themselves with that creatively because nobody could interfere in that gauntlet match.
Shane, though, I'm just saying, if Shane, you know what I mean?
Right, but then you said Miz would have had to make the save and nobody was allowed to interfere in the match. So there's no way they could have really pulled that off,
But you know what I mean? Saying you can't do it, Shane comes out and the Miz comes out anyway. Now you're thinking, what's going to happen to the Miz? I break the rules. Make us wonder what's going to happen because and again, it's too critical thinking. I know. Any thoughts, though, on the Miz in general? You think he can pull off these great promos, like when he was a heel with that passion leaning towards the babyface role now? That's kind of what I was getting at.
It's definitely interesting. I think just the fact that he pours his heart into his promos, and when he talks about how he busted his ass for all those years, that's what he really went through in real life, dealing with the reality shows and people seeing him as a joke, and he basically had to prove everybody wrong and earn the respect of everybody. So it's just real life, he's taken that and channeling it in his promos, and it just comes off very believable because it's what he was really going through. So yeah, Miz does a great job. So far the face turn is going fine. Shane as a heel, though, I don't know. I mean, I love the heel turn, but Shane's reasoning behind it, I was like, is that really the best they got? But that's pretty much how I feel about a lot of these storylines heading into WrestleMania.
You think they can do anything with Miz's dad, like the whole Tyson angle, have Miz's dad turn on him during this, like next week on SmackDown, join Shane, but ultimately he's going to be there to help his son at Mania?
Oh, like a double
or do you
swerve?
think, get him involved. I mean, he took the pie face. He was at ringside. He was kind of involved. You can protect him. I'd like to see that. I miss stories like that. Remember when CM Punk had his sister and all that with Jericho, and just those little things like that. They pique my interest.
Yeah, I mean, we got 2 weeks left, so they could do something. TJS, any thoughts?
I don't know about Shane as a heel, because what do people like about Shane? They like when he jumps off stuff, does the coast to coast, does the shooting star presses. Are they going to boo that? Are you going to boo this man when he's going for his big spots? I don't think so. And if you take those out of a Shane McMahon match, what do you have? The Miz is
bad punches.
Yeah, and that's about it. I like the Miz as a babyface more than I liked him as a heel. I wasn't a fan of the coward thing, and ever since Miz has had his child, I feel like he's become more of a family man in the story, and I like that. He gets Maurice involved sometimes, and I think that this suits him. I'm really not sure about this match, though, and I like the idea of having Miz's dad involved, even though that he's not a very good actor. When Miz was hurt or whatever, he didn't look very concerned on or at Fastlane. He was just kind of sitting there. But yeah, I feel like he should have taken more bumps than just come here or whatever. They made it seem so tragic, but Miz's dad was just sitting there with a poker face.
Well, I think the idea was that Miz's dad had to sit there helplessly as his son got the crap beat out of him, and Shane was making him watch it.
I guess that's fair, but once, he didn't even defend himself once Shane grabbed him. He was just...
He's an old man.
I like the fact we know he ran a Mr. Hero like that. I popped for that. That Mr. Hero's big around these parts, in which I live near Cleveland, which is where Miz grew up.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of the Best in the World trophy being thrown in the mix, because at least it's continuity that way. It doesn't make Crown Jewel completely worthless. We're like, oh, look, Shane won this trophy here. And I feel like The Miz is doing passionate promos, unlike before when he was the heel. Except on Talking Smack, he did really good stuff there. But usually when he came out, it was the same thing, like "Welcome to the most must-see talk show," blah blah blah. I like the serious, ruthless Miz. Like, and at Survivor Series a couple of years back when he said, "Baron, if you bring up my pregnant wife again, I'm gonna knock your effing teeth down your throat."
Right.
That's the kind of I like. So, Big
G.
Yeah. Whew. I did enjoy Mrs. promo last night. You know, he started talking about how he made his father proud and everything. I was like, oh God, here we go again. And then he cut right into, you know, how he had to go through everything, like Aaron said, the real world. I don't even think he mentioned Tough Enough. Then, you know, took him 11 years to get everybody's respect and everything like that. And TJS, I think now that Shane is a heel, I don't think he's going to throw in these big moves because he's not going to cater to the fans anymore. He only did that. He only did that for the fans. So we might actually get like a wrestling match, and no big spots in this match, unfortunately.
Well, you got to go back. Shane was a heel back in the day, right?
Yeah.
For a while there when he wrestled some matches and stuff. So, you know, yeah, he ended up doing the stunts at some point, but I don't know. But he was a lot younger back then too.
Yeah.
He did.
And he looks, and when he does the coast to coast and everything, he looks blown up too after that. He looks like you can do all the training in the world, but it's not going to help.
Right.
Especially if you're getting up in there in your late 40s, early 50s.
I wanted to mention.
Fortunately, that's for Shane and Kurt and a couple other people, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention really quick. I really, really hate this story where it's like, my dad never said he was proud of me. I just don't like that, because if you get signed to WWE, your family's going to say, oh, wow, great job. They're not just going to be like,
yeah.
Oh.
And plus, it kind of makes his dad come off like a dick, you know?
That's why they need to turn his dad heel to join Shane to make that statement make sense.
Right.
I don't know. Whatever.
I mean, what's a problem with his dad, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Big G, start this next topic for me, because you kind of brought this up in the last week or two. I think it's kind of compelling that we're seeing Ronda arrive with her husband. I think he's a former MMA himself. That guy,
he was.
I don't know if he's doing some performance center training and stuff behind the scenes, but dude, the guy looks legit, and I kind of like this in this scenario. So go ahead and what's your thought? Like, do you think this is good for Ronda having him on screen with her?
Well, as we saw in Raw, he pretty much knocked out a security guard, you know, and he is probably the only one who can really control Ronda at this point in time. So yeah, I said, if her husband's going to play a role at WrestleMania, and I'm sure he'll be sitting in the front row, and I'm sure he'll get involved somehow, you know, all three of them over there, and he knocks down Becky or he knocks down Charlotte or something like that.
That's man-on-woman violence. You can't do that.
And I don't think they should overbook that match.
Well, wait a minute. Actually, I guess if it's with Becky, it's man-on-man violence, right?
But, you know, just to get more heat on Ronda, though, I guess, and I don't know if that would work in a way. I mean, but if he doesn't show up, regardless, or he'll show up, but if he doesn't get involved, you know, Ronda will still get a whole bunch of heat regardless. So,
TJS.
This has reminded me of Jesse and Festus now. Festus is Ronda's Festus, and then if Jesse rings the bell, he'll calm down. I liked the appearance, though. I liked Travis Brown threw a pretty mean punch, I'll say. Like, it looked pretty brutal when he hit that security guard, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm getting really confused why they're beating up the security guards. Because on SmackDown, Ronda or Becky and Charlotte also beat up the security, but they only beat up, like, one. So what's the point of doing it if you're not going to take out all of them? It's just really confusing. I liked the Travis Brown thing, though, like I said. I like how they left through the back or whatever instead of going up behind the curtain. Although Ronda did forget her women's title, she doesn't need that damn belt, I guess, even though she's going to defend it at WrestleMania. But I really feel like this is getting overbooked. honestly.
Just now?
Yeah, I mean it's been there. It's been on that trend, but
they should have just had Charlotte or Becky win the Rumble, and then just keep it simple. You don't have to make everything so complex. Like you're gonna get like Becky's mom involved or something. You're gonna have Ronda fly to Ireland and put Becky's poor old mom in an armbar or something. I don't know. I feel like if there was any story that Ric Flair was going to get involved in, it should have been this one. Have him be the heel. Have him say, like, he's going to coach Charlotte and no one's going to beat Charlotte because he's a ringside or whatever, but he's never really, like, managed.
Right. I was just going to say, like, I feel like that would be a total WWE thing to do, have Ric Flair show up as a heel, and that would just take away from the whole Batista Triple H thing that was supposed to get heat on Batista. They would just have Ric Flair randomly show up as a heel with Charlotte.
They're selling the title that they revealed on Raw on WWE auction. So it's like, oh, what, you're supposed to tell me that Rick is he's auctioning off his birthday present? He's such a dick for doing that. But yeah, I don't know if Travis Brown's going to have a match or whatever, but I feel like if he wasn't going to be involved some more, they wouldn't have had him appear like this. I'm sure that they'll announce on WWE.com like both parties have been fined an undisclosed amount, and also Ronda got a fine for being late.
Yeah, which is dumb in itself because how many people show up late over the years and nothing ever happens?
It's just, I don't know. They should have just kept it simple, like I said. But yeah, Becky, Ronda, Charlotte, probably going to close Mania.
What if it doesn't? I'm just throwing that out there.
Well,
It has to be. It has to be.
I know, but
then you gotta go back to.
Can we all agree that we gotta see it to believe it? Just because Vince McMahon's the ones pulling the puppet strings.
Yeah, and it's weird because they always say like the Universal title main event, they'll say the WWE title main event of WrestleMania. They say main event in a lot of matches, but we all know there's only one main event.
It's the one that goes on last. Aaron, any thoughts on Ronda and her hubby?
I'm fine with him being on television, although it doesn't really do anything for me personally as far as my overall interest in the match. To me, it's just yet another thing that we didn't really need for this storyline build-up. It's possible that he was on just to let people know who he is and give him a little bit of exposure. You know, maybe he will start training for WWE and end up as a wrestler at some point. You know, just something to get him on TV. I don't really think there was that.
He was there at SummerSlam when Ronda won the title because she went over and jumped on him and kissed him, and now you see him being pretty much like a bad guy too. So
yeah, I think it's just to get him some exposure on TV, and it's just something as a placeholder since Becky and Charlotte were not on Raw this week, which quite frankly they shouldn't because they're part of SmackDown. So WWE had to come up with something as a placeholder until I'm sure they'll be on like the go home Raw. They'll probably do like, you know, the final. It's going to be the final showdown, and maybe they'll do like a pull-apart brawl again, and everyone can chant, "Let them fight," blah, blah, blah.
What was that, TJS?
I'll send you a video. I'll send a video of myself doing that while I'm there.
They're going to do a contract signing on the go, I'm sure, I bet. But I think that maybe Travis and Ronda will like play into the whole wrestling's fake thing.
So wait a minute. They've been advertising the match. They have the billboards for it, and then they're going to do a contract signing?
Oh, this is just my idea. I imagine that's what they'll do.
Because they don't know how to take it home to the whatever. I don't know. Here, all right. So speaking of exposure, TJS, what do you got for us? No, I'm just kidding. Big G, what's the rumor now? NXT or main roster talent potentially going back to NXT, and immediately when I heard that rumor, I'm looking for logos that say defective product, recall. Now, oh my God, I can imagine if they start doing this. You brought up the topic. You brought up the topic NXT call-ups that are failing. Yeah. Is it failing or just not given anything by creative? So start with this topic, man. And what do you think if they start calling back down? I mean, I'm thinking that's bad.
We had talked about this I know me and Virtue talked about this on Virtue's Rage way before this video came out, saying that the talent that that's barely been used on NXT or on the main roster, they need to go back down to NXT. And they need to.
Why?
I know it's gonna be a little bit longer. They could make NXT an hour and a half. That way,
nobody makes a show 90 minutes.
You never know. Okay, make it 2 hours.
You're being innovative.
So the people who aren't being on the main roster used properly go down to NXT. That way, people still will know them.
So Braun Strowman can go back down to NXT because he's not being used properly. See where I'm going with this? I'm just saying it's convoluted to me, and I can't believe I'm hearing this rumor. Go ahead, keep going. Sorry.
So Braun Strowman is a perfect example. His character is completely ruined on Raw. They need to make NXT the third brand already. They need to stop calling it the developmental brand. They need to make it its third brand, make it 2 hours, put everybody, not everybody per se, but the people that you really don't see on TV anymore, like Mojo Rawley can go back down there. Zack Ryder can go down. Kurt Hawkins can go. I have a list that, could be then longer than Chris Jericho's list. But yeah, but then they had the video like saying Luke Harper could go down there, Cesaro could go back down there. I'd be fine with that, Oh, and maybe not Cesaro, but Luke Harper. You see him on TV once in a while, then he gets hurt, and then he gets hurt, and then back and forth. So I don't know if they do it, I'll be fine with it.
TJS, what do you think about this? I know this is near and dear to your heart because. What do you think this means with EC3? Now, the only reason why I bring him up is because clearly, I wonder if he's got some heat backstage, because didn't he kind of say, he kind of put down NXT? I don't know if that was him or I'm thinking of somebody else. That because he really wasn't given a good rundown there. Like, what do you think on this whole thing about moving people back down? Like, and would they still get main roster money? They get raises, by the way. They go from 40, 50, 60,000, whatever they make in NXT, to the big bucks on the main roster, where they keep the same pay? Like, what do you think?
Well, like I said earlier, I like the idea of making each brand feel differently. So I think maybe, like I've been saying, do not market NXT as a developmental brand. Make it an equal to Raw and SmackDown. And I kind of like the idea of like maybe doing like not weight divisions, but different divisions on the shows. Like you have Raw. That's where you could put your heavyweights. SmackDown, you put your lighter guys. And then NXT, you can have like the mix or whatever. And, the talent they're free to go wherever they choose, like at the start of the year or whatever. So there could be trades or whatever. And then I just feel like the shows would be different that way. And we wouldn't be getting like the same, or we wouldn't have the developmental NXT. And then I feel like there's just more room for everyone if you have the three brands. And you make Raw.
You say that until they add another developmental brand, because if NXT is no longer a developmental brand, they still need a developmental brand. So they're going to add even more people, and then they're going to have 4 shows. And then is NXT going to become 2 hours?
For themselves.
Are they going to be on the network, or are they going to be on a major channel? NXT, like it just means more TV, and then they're going to add more shit. It just will never end.
This is like, what was the big empire back in the day? Was it Napoleon? Was it the Roman Empire? The British Empire? What empire covered the most places back when you were in history class? I think it might have been the British Empire.
Yeah, I think
that's exactly what I feel Vince McMahon is trying to do to the wrestling business. Put the WWE stamp on everything he can, and it's just getting so big that it's getting more and more watered down.
Yeah, but to finish this topic, like I don't have an issue with guys like Luke Harper, guys that are not getting any TV time, going back to NXT for a little bit just to get themselves, reestablished and just do something with them. Just maybe do like a couple months of them on NXT until the main roster has a creative idea for them, so they're just not sitting on their asses doing nothing.
And that's why I had brought up the topic, of the recent NXT call-ups of failure. Look at, EC3 is apparently in the doghouse. Look at Lars Sullivan. He was down in NXT. He was a monster heel. Then they call him up to the main roster, and he gets an anxiety attack. Really? I don't know if that's a true story or not. But we haven't seen or heard about Lars Sullivan in months now. And supposedly he was supposed to have a match with John Cena, right, at WrestleMania?
Everyone calling Lars a freak finally got to him.
Probably. And then look at Lacey Evans. All she does, she interrupts people and just shows off her Southern Belle. And then you got Heavy Machinery, who was great in NXT, now becoming this comedy team.
Were they great?
They were okay. They were good in NXT.
Their character.
And then look at Nikki Cross. She was great in NXT too. And now look at her. She's watching Kofi Kingston in the viewing party room with everybody else. And
another thing, WWE still hasn't assigned these talents a brand because I don't think they know what to do with them.
Exactly. That's the thing. And that's why it was too early.
And Aaron made the point, like, what are they going to do the night after WrestleMania? Because they've blown their load so early. But
they did.
If Ricochet...
Well, I think supposedly, I don't know how true this is, but Ricochet and Aleister Black, they're supposed to finally be put on, like, permanent brands.
Yeah, but there's not going to be any crowd reaction to it. It's like, oh, we've been seeing him for the last...
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
I know.
Nothing's exciting anymore. Where are the swerves? Where is Vince Russo? Where's the attitude era? Oh, wait, we're never going to have it. People don't want it. But let's go to the main event. Let's talk about heavyweights. Let's talk about people that built WWE to what it is today. The guys that Vince McMahon has trusted over the years, and that is one Undertaker. It is WrestleMania season. It is March 20th as we're recording this. And Undertaker is not anywhere to be seen for the first time in years for WrestleMania. Now, we know he's going to be at StarCast. There's Mark Calloway, also known as The Undertaker, for signings and autographs and photos. TJS, I'm going to start with you. Can it be Mania without even an appearance from The Undertaker? Go back to last year. He really wasn't advertised. It was Cena begging. And Cena, too. No Cena, no Undertaker part of Mania. Aaron, put Undertaker on the thumbnail. People want to see The Undertaker. He's a draw still, no matter how old he is. TJS, what's your thoughts on Taker? Or lack thereof?
It's so weird because, Undertaker probably makes a lot of money just for that one match that he does. He's obviously set for life already, but it doesn't make any sense to me why he's not showing up. Where do you even put the guy? I feel like maybe Kurt Angle is on this show because he has at least some star power. Triple H and Batista have some star power. Maybe they're doing this to make up for lack of Undertaker, lack of Cena. But I still don't think Triple H, Batista, Angle, I don't think they equal Undertaker, man, because Undertaker is synonymous with WrestleMania. And I guess the only thing that I can see happening with him is him interrupting Elias or something like that.
That's a good call because as much as I want that to be The Rock, The Rock's the biggest star in the world. It's kind of hard to get him to do stuff, probably. I like that, TJS. That would be interesting.
If you have Undertaker interrupt Elias, where do you put Cena? That's what I'm really not understanding here. They're going to have John Cena as a guest commentator or something? Like, it's just really bizarre. And it's crunch time, guys. WrestleMania's in 2 weeks, so I've no idea.
Aaron? Well, I have some thoughts.
Oh, Aaron. Aaron looks like Big G today. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Big G.
All right. Well, you guys are going to hate me. The fans are going to hate me, but I'm glad Undertaker is not on this card for WrestleMania.
I agree.
The man is past his prime, way past his prime. If he does show up, okay, maybe he interrupts Elias and does a chokeslam and a tombstone, and that's it. I'll be fine with that, but he does not need a match. Let the man be retired. It's about the younger generation, the newer stars. Focus on them. Don't focus. Yeah, Vince, you can focus on your past stars to make you $1 million, but you got newer superstars who are trying to make a name for themselves. So get your head out of your ass, Vince McMahon, and look at the newer talent.
But Saudi Arabia pays him millions and billions of dollars for Undertakers.
Saudi Arabia.
That's why they got a $90 stock, bro.
So as far as John Cena goes, who knows if he's going to face Angle at WrestleMania or not. I could see potentially, Corbin gets beat up at WrestleMania by somebody, by Apollo Crews and Chad Gable and stuff like that, and Angle's music hits and Corbin music hits then and nobody comes out. And then Angle goes, well, Corbin, you ain't going to show up. Anybody in the locker room come and challenge me, and that's when Cena music hits.
Yeah, could be. I mean,
we have...
yeah, as far as Undertaker interrupting Elias goes, I think that's probably what will happen. It's either going to be Undertaker or Cena. I'm leaning towards Undertaker, and maybe we'll still get Cena versus Corbin, or like you said, Big G, Cena just comes out for a quick impromptu match. I agree with you. I feel like Undertaker, his time is done. I like WrestleMania with Cena being his send-off. He got the victory to make off for losing to Reigns, so he went out on top in a victorious fashion. I could just see Elias doing his song, and then the lights go out. Hopefully no full entrance. We don't need the full entrance. Lights go out. They come back on. Undertaker standing there. Chokeslam, tombstone. Let's move on. That's it. And then Undertaker should go into the Hall of Fame, and that's it. I mean, everything comes to an end eventually.
Mic drop.
Aaron loves us getting that heat. He loves the hating the old guys. I love it.
It's time to move on. I mean, he can't be doing this
He's
forever.
Been talking about the same guys on his site for 20 years. So Aaron's he wants new, fresh material that people want. He wants the next CM Punk.
No, I just want CM Punk.
Screw CM Punk.
I know, Aaron. That's the last true buzz left in wrestling, I think, man.
Yeah. If AEW could somehow pull it off, man, that would be like, I feel like the only real game changer. Like even more than like even a John Cena or The Rock would be, quite frankly, just because CM Punk, he's that guy that people have so much invested in, and I think if he showed up,
you brought CM Punk up. Do you think that was Undertaker's last true great WrestleMania match?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely. WrestleMania 29 happened to be in MetLife Stadium as well.
TJS.
Yeah, I feel like, what has Undertaker had since then? Brock, Bray Wyatt.
Yep. Shane, Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
Reigns. I liked it. Well, I feel like his match with Wyatt could have been so much more. But
that match was fine. It was fine. It wasn't great or anything, but it wasn't bad or nothing.
Wyatt should have retired him, and he should have passed the torch, and then maybe we would take Bray Wyatt seriously today. But no.
That's why I asked you again, TJS. I was waiting for you to bring up Bray Wyatt because we haven't seen him either.
Maybe he shows up in NXT.
He hasn't been the same since that WrestleMania match with Orton. I mean, his momentum, they really killed his momentum. He could have been like not the next Undertaker, but
right. When he won the WWE title and then he just loses it in that absolutely ridiculous match.
Yeah, and it was over. I mean, his steam, he just poor Bray.
Yeah.
Go back to NXT, like Aaron said, and create a new Wyatt family.
Yeah. That's all I got. I mean, here we are. It's Mania season, and Aaron has to deal with Batistas and the Triple H's of the world, and that's what that's his passion. And
you got to deal with the Kofis of the world.
Yeah, I mean, and here we are. We always have something to complain about, but
and TGS has to complain with the
lack
writers.
Of EC3s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do I have to complain about? Absolutely nothing.
The lack of 205 Live getting attention, maybe, although that's more like...
Who, me?
That's more like Noah and Cindy, I think.
Yeah. I was going to say...
Okay, you're complaining about the lack of Shayna Baszler on the main roster, although they might ruin her, too, on the main roster.
Oh man, that's going to be... I can't wait for her to get called up.
Just wait. Big G 2019 rant when Shayna Baszler gets jobbed out on the main roster.
Oh, I will be. Yeah, we'll leave that for a rant.
To be continued. Big G, give your plugs, man.
Well, NoDQ.com/Big G takes you to my Twitter page. NoDQ_Big G on Instagram. Jeff Hilt on Facebook. NoDQ.com/shirts. Everybody's got shirts. Hashtag Fire Virtue, NoDQ.com, NoDQ Review. The shirt that TJS got at Walmart or Target or
and a 3-pack.
Wherever shirts are available. I will be going to the go home shows for for WrestleMania, Raw, and SmackDown.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm starting to regret it now. So if you want to meet up there, something like that, talk wrestling, just hit me up on Twitter or whatever. Aaron was gracious enough to give me some of these NoDQ.com pens, and I got some business cards that I'll be handing out to Rep NoDQ and TJS. Take it away, buddy.
NoDQ.com/TJS takes you to my Facebook page. Feel free to add me there. Talk to me about some wrestling. Twitter at NoDQ_TJS. I also talk about wrestling there because I watch wrestling. And that's all I got. Aaron, go ahead, man.
Okay, yeah, check out the t-shirts. There's the No DQ review right there, which is this video that you're watching right now. We got that. We got all the other shirts. Unfortunately, you cannot get TJS's $3 teal shirt that is a tribute to the Weezer album with the cover songs. But I'm sure if you go to your local Walmart, you can pick one up. Stay tuned to NoDQ.com. Or 3, yeah. 3, special, 3 for $5.
Oh, Aaron, did you want to promote something that's coming out April 4th?
Oh, yeah. Well, we got the biggest trivia match in history, which is set for Thursday, April 4th, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Jeff Meacham versus Greg Cherry in a 60-minute Iron Man match. And from my understanding, Virtue's going to give the winner $500 cash.
We got some controversy regarding that $100. I will address that in the coming weeks, so stay tuned to NoDQ.com. Follow me on Twitter at NoDQ_Virtue. I always get my money's worth, trust me. So check that out if you want to see what's going to happen with that $100. So with that said, you can follow me on Twitter, like I mentioned, at NoDQ_Virtue. Facebook, which is NoDQ.com/Virtue. So for Aaron Riff, the boss man, the medium boss man, the large boss man, for TJS and DC3, and for the Big G, I am Virtue. NoDQ Galaxy, we love you. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mite or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from A Simple Man's Brand.
Huh. I expected that result, but did not see that coming. It's weird. The new beginning usually sets up, well, what it implies. A lot of new beginnings. But you would think there would be like a shock moment, per se. I didn't really see that. But there's definitely a lot to look forward to as we continue this year in New Japan Pro Wrestling, which I still believe is going to be the biggest year to date. What a night, though, and a closer to this tour to remember, though. Hello, everybody. Now, I'm just a simple man, and my name is Noah Foster. Welcome once again to another Simple Take. In this Simple Take, I'll be giving my brief recap, analysis, discussions, and basically post thoughts on the new beginning in Osaka. 2020's NJPW's New Beginning Tour has officially come to an end. And it was quite an end to remember. We had great matches, we had surprising moments, we had dream match setups, and we basically have events to look forward to as major announcements were disclosed, as well as we pretty much know our special showcase match coming up for the New Japan Pro Wrestling Anniversary Show. With that being said, let's just go ahead and get right into it. So, opening match was a fun 8-man tag with legends galore, as once again we honor the career in the man known as Manabu Nakanishi, who basically after this, later on in Corrigan Hall this month, he is officially retiring. Now, of course, we had his own way. He would not be retiring, but again, circumstances out of your control. You don't have a choice in the matter sometimes. So, it is what it is. I respect this man. What's interesting about this match that we had with these four men, the team of Manabu Nakanishi, Togun Makabe, Satoshi Kojima, and I'm losing my train of thought. Apologies, folks. I'm very tired. Yushin Nagata, Blue Justice, should have known that. He's celebrating his 35th year in wrestling. The interesting thing is, and thank you, by the way, to people like Chris Sampson and Charles Robinson, who definitely have kept me informed and how I've learned a lot about these people. In this team, there have been 29 championships and 61 climax victories. That's a lot to think about, because when you think about nowadays, you look at wrestling, a lot of the legends are just spotlighted. You did this, you did that, you're here for a moment, blah, blah, blah. You can't go like you used to. And all four of these men, they brought it. Nobody took it easy. As they took the team of the coach Zusuke Takuchi, who's been doing a lot, I might add, in these tag matches, getting a lot of victories, and his partners in the Makihoma, Dogi Makabe, and the Tohanare. I know, some of those names kind of run together. It's kind of weird when you think about it. Anyway, Tensen was the other one. Botch. I'm actually Botchamania. Screwed up the first team. And this was everything that I expected. It really kicked off, though, of course, when Satoshi Kojima, he came in and chopped the hell out of Homa, as I expected. Of course, we got a few Kugoshis at this time. The legends all tied up everybody in submission holds, including Nakanishi holding a Makabe in a torture rack position. And then, of course, Manabu with the Toga dance and the top rope chop. It's like a giant redwood falling on your head. That was ridiculous. Wicked clothesline. And the legends win with them picking up the victory over Homa. And then following that, we get a heartfelt goodbye speech from Nakanishi, who basically wrestled his last match here in Osaka Joe Hall. By the way, sold out. Congratulations, New Japan Pro Wrestling. There are 12,000 people. One of the biggest sellouts ever. Anyway, he gave a heartfelt thank you as 27 years it started in Osaka. And now we see pretty much where it has ended. Now, don't get me wrong. He still has a few matches left on the New Japan Road. But again, this is it. Pretty much of this month, he's done. So, arigato to the man, Manabu Nakanishi. The crowd greatly appreciated it. I enjoyed this match. It was a lot of fun. Moving on from there. Oh, let me just say, as far as what I think might be next for all these men, you have former never openweight six-man tag team champions in Togi Makabe, Rizusuke Taguchi, and Toru Yano, who's MIA. And then, of course, you have Tenzin and Kojima, who formerly participated in the World Tag Cup. I could see them definitely participating in that more. Maybe Kojima will be in the New Japan Cup this year. I would find that to be very interesting. And Toru Yano, who's trying to really prove a point, wants to compete with heavyweights, and right now really has his eyes set on Shingo Takagi. Will that never openweight title match actually happen and come to fruition? Only time will tell. As of right now, the person in Shingo Takagi's front view is the Stone Pitbull, Tomohiro Ishii. And that match is going to be brutal. And anyway, as far as Taguchi goes, well, you'll learn in a moment what might be next for that guy. Let's go ahead and go into our next match, which was for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championships. As the current team, Roppongi 3K. Hello, Cindy. And they are facing my boys in Suzuki-gun. Yes, that is my favorite faction, in case you haven't figured it out. In El Desperado, who returned back last year at King of Pro Wrestling, and the heel master Yoshinobu Kawamaro. These two guys are no strangers to this tag team gold, and they took every advantage in the book to make sure they could possibly win it. As before this event occurred, they literally destroyed what seemed to be Sho's left leg. And that was really the focal point of this match, as Sho took a blunt of the punishment. No pun intended. I'm not Pete Dunne, and I'm not with Matt Riddle. Bro. Anyway. And this was their fourth reign and their first defense in their fourth reign. They've only had one reign where they've actually made it through at least one defense, so clearly they did not want to lose the titles here. And of course, Suzuki-gun, former champions, they held those titles for nearly a year, went into Wrestle Kingdom with them. Anyway, Sho was extremely banged up. He took a blunt of the punishment, and basically his leg was worked over most of the entire match by the heel master, Yoshinobu Kawamaro, who literally tied him up in multiple submission holds, including a stretch muff for using his leg. Ouch. And a figure four leg lock. Again, flair, iconic among wrestling, no matter where you are or how old you are. But Yo gets a hot tag, and he and Desperado have quite the exchange. This gives me some sort of highlighting, I think, that might come from Best of Super Juniors. Maybe if both men are involved. As Sho developed a feud with Shingo, I'm sure that still exists. And now Yo looks like he's developing a feud with El Desperado. As when Yo got in here, he mostly confronted and dealt with El Desperado. But anyway, following this, Sho looked like he's about to tap, but the will and the endurance of this man, he somehow makes it to the rope, and he gets the break. We finally go for the heel master trying to pull off his move, Deep Impact. First time he fails, second time he pulls it off. Near fall, not enough. By the way, Rock Romero was in their corner. No Sticky Snarl involved in this match whatsoever, except I guess you could think about the pre-match attack, or beginning match attack that didn't work in their favor, trying to do a Suzuki-gun tactic. Didn't work. But anyway, as we move down towards this match, Satori's surprise almost comes into play where Yoshinobu Kawamaro, he takes a swig of whiskey and about to spin in the person's face. Denied by Sho, who literally covers the mouth, kicks him, it goes up in the air. But anyway, following this, he pulls off his finisher somehow, some way, damaged leg and all, and boy did he take punishment in this. My God, I hope his leg's okay. Shock arrow finisher, 1, 2, not enough. But then, we now learn, and this is the second time they pull it out, because this is how they won the title back at Wrestle Kingdom this year. Man, what a show Wrestle Kingdom was. It's called Strong X, where he not only sets him up for the shock arrow, but his partner Yo pulls a double stomp, literally planting their opposition in the middle of the ring, and he pins Yoshinobu Kawamaro 1, 2, 3, Roppongi 3K successfully retains. But there was still that subtlety confrontation with El Desperado and Yo. Again, I sense that these four are not done with each other by a long shot, but at least for the titles they are. And Yo versus El Desperado, I think, is coming very soon. But not as soon as I think this might be, as we got a very interesting setup, new beginning, for potentially their next challengers, which can only be considered teachers versus coaches or students in a respectable bout but for the titles. As Ryusuke Taguchi comes out sporting a basketball gear, and sporting the Mega Coaches shirt that they wore when they were a team during the Super Junior Tag League, and had a very good run, I might add. But Taguchi poses the challenge to Rocky Romero. You're a great wrestler. We're great together. Why don't you and I go for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championships? And this was interesting to say the least, because Rocky was like, I'm not sure. But then you see Sho and Yo, they seem game for it. And then Rocky, Kobe, they shoot a basketball through Taguchi's arms. And next thing you know, he's like, I'm down. And apparently, Republic UK, they're down too. So New Japan Pro Wrestling match officials got a lot on their hands to figure about now. But honestly, I would love to see this match. I hope it comes as early as the anniversary show. Only time will tell. But apparently, we'll finally see if Republic UK can surpass their coaches, because not only has Rocky Romero been a huge part in Republic 3K, but since Rocky Romero has been more involved in the American scene with the New Beginning Tour in America, Ryusuke Taguchi has been helping Republic 3K through this New Beginning Tour in all these tag matches, picking up wins, also leading and guiding this team as well. Both men have played incredible parts in these two men's growth as a duo. So I'm very curious, and I'm looking forward to this tag team title match, if it comes to fruition. Only time will tell. Anyway, they also do bring up the point, though, how Shingo Takagi, he and Sho had quite a feud last year, and you remember their incredible match with Best Super Juniors, which was the starting point of Shingo Takagi's unstoppable run through the Grand Prix. They're not really tournaments, they're Grand Prix. And basically it's like, okay, well, Sho, maybe he wants to go after Shingo Takagi for their openweight title. But for now, I guess that's in the rearview mirror, because not only is Ishii right now the front runner to face Shingo Takagi for their openweight championship, but right now, Prime 4K, looks like they got the next challengers on their hands. I think my only concern at this point, I just hope Sho's leg is okay. Yeah, they won the title and they successfully defended them, but was the risk to your career worth it? Dadgum. Anyway, moving on from there, we get an 8-man tag team showcase as Bullet Club versus New Japan Pro Wrestling main unit. That's what they basically call people who aren't part of any faction. As we had the team of the former, yes, I said it, former IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Champions in FinJuice, Juice Robinson and David Finlay, who lost the titles unexpectedly, I might add, during the New Beginning Tour in the USA, thanks to help from Master Heater, Jado, and that damn kendo stick, as GOD claimed their titles now for the 6th time. But their partners in this match were a new uprising tag team that I'm very looking forward to seeing what can come from it, as we had the ace of New Japan, and probably the man with the best hair in the business. That man never has a bad hair day, my gosh. In Hiroshi Tanahashi and his partner, the Golden Star, Kota Ibushi. And they're facing Bullet Club's Yujiro Takahashi with Peter. And their partners, the newly signed Chase Owens, and of course the newly crowned tag team champions in GOD, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. Those you guys. Anyway, this match is everything I thought it would. Right out the gate, though, you don't mess with Tanahashi's hair. And it was literally pulled in the forefront. And Chase Owens and him, they have the control and the other going. There was also another sub-story in this match where they're saying Chase Owens fears Kota Ibushi fears Chase Owens because, Chase Owens Kota Ibushi was supposed to have a one-on-one during the USA tour. Well, guess what? Kota Ibushi, for the sake of everybody, he was sick with influenza, apparently. Could not be on the tour. That could have jeopardized everybody. Get your facts straight. Anyway, and this match proved it right here. Keeping it simple, there was a great exchange between Chase Owens and Kota Ibushi where they literally kicked each other for the forefront and then a rebound clothesline dropped Kota. That was wicked. And then the Golden Aces, basically, as I like to call them, as we get a hot tag from the ace, Hiroshi Tanahashi, he's dealing with GOD, and that candlestick came into play not once but twice, but it turned out to be a detriment, as, believe it or not, the ace, Hiroshi Tanahashi, it's not even a victory roll. He literally just gets a roll up with his body over the tag team champions. Not only did NJPW main unit team win here, but the ace just pinned one half of the newly crowned tag team champions. And of course, typical Bullet Club tactics, they try and take him out post-match attack. But the Golden Star comes into play, Kota Ibushi saves the ace. And basically, we get a very interesting confrontation, I might say. Maybe a dispute between the former tag champs and what you might call your new number one contenders at this point in Kota Ibushi and the Ace. So my thoughts are this. Will Finjuice get their rematch? Or will they be put to the back of the line? Because NWPW is not one that normally does automatic rematches. Everything is earned. And here we have this new tag team forming in the Ace and the Golden Star, who just pinned one half of the IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Champions and formally challenged the former champs for a tag team title bout, which they were game for. Obviously, GOD, I don't think they're not. But then again, they might be out to prove a point because, again, they just won the titles, but one of them just got pinned. I believe it was Tonga Loa that got pinned. Someone can correct me on that. Anyway, I'm very curious to see what could happen here. Are we going to get a triple threat match for these tag titles? Are we going to get a number one contenders match for these tag team titles? Or are we literally just going to get Kota Ibushi and Hiroshi Tanahashi versus GOD for those tag team titles? The bottom line is this. I consider we're going to get a tag team title match before the New Japan Cup, as we still have the anniversary show on the forefront, and there's still a whole lot left to February. Only time will tell. But either way, this tag team division, it definitely seems to be heating up, and with this new team that seems to be forming and now part of it, that's great, because one of my biggest disputes is this tag division needs more tag teams, needs more competition. GOD has been in the ring and beat them all. They have yet to beat the duo, I believe, in a 2-on-2 match of Kota Ibushi and the Ace. This will be a first time ever. I'm game. Only time will tell. Now, following this, before we continue the show, we had a couple of very special announcements that made me truly excited. First off, yes, New Japan Pro Wrestling is returning to America, to the greatest venue in professional wrestling, Madison Square Garden, for their own super show. Literally just them. No collision with Ring of Honor, so it's not a G1 Supercard. It is simply called Wrestle Dynasty. Could this be a form of a Wrestle Kingdom on American soil? I am so excited to see this. It really makes me wish I wasn't in college and I could save up and see this live. I get it, summer vacation, but it's Friday the week before class, so it's probably not going to happen for me. But I'll definitely be watching and predicting and covering it. But anyway, Madison Square Garden, August 22nd, and might I add, the same day as NXT TakeOver. Oh, jeez. Because that's SummerSlam weekend. They are going to put on a show called Wrestle Dynasty, a literal forefront showcase of New Japan Pro Wrestling on its own. You all saw G1 Supercard. New Japan Pro Wrestling blew all the Ring of Honor matches out of the water. I just got to call it like it is. Now they're going to host their own super show in Madison Square Garden. This is incredible. This is history. I'm excited. But also following that, we learned that the G1 will mostly coincide and start and continue through in Osaka in September. Because again, we have the Olympics taking place in Tokyo. So the G1 was pushed back to the fall. I'm very curious to see how that will help with ticket sales and an outlook, and what sort of formula they will go through during this year's G1, which I might add is the 30th anniversary. It's going to be the most stacked, diverse field ever, and in my opinion, if this man isn't in it, it's a freaking crime. But I digress. Anyway, one last announcement they did propose, and this is great for all those great New Japan Pro Wrestling fans right there on their own soil, is that New Japan Pro Wrestling will return to prime time television in New Japan. Congratulations to them. And according to Chris Charlton, it apparently has been decades since this has happened. So this is a major achievement for New Japan Pro Wrestling. Once again, growing bigger than ever. And I'm very happy for them. As we continue down this card, it is also, of course, highlighted that next month starts off the New Japan Cup. And then you obviously have to consider, regardless of when we get to the main event, whoever the champ is, at the end of the New Japan Cup at Sakura Genesis, so we don't have an April Super Show, you obviously got to consider that the winner of the New Japan Cup will face the champion for both IWGP, Intercontinental, and Heavyweight titles at Sakura Genesis. But again, only time will tell. Now, let's go into a 2-on-2 tag team showcase with 4 of the best New Japan Pro Wrestling has to offer. Rainmaker Kazuchika Okada and his partner, the aerial assassin Will Ospreay, who, might I add, this Friday will face Zack Sabre Jr. for the Rev Pro British Heavyweight Championship at York Hall at high stakes for the title. 7 years in the making. Can he pull it off this time? Well, time will tell. And ironically, that was one of the people they were facing, as they faced Zack Sabre Jr. and all hail the Holy Emperor in Taiji, escorted by Miho Abe. And of course, if you don't know, this duo is known as Dangerous Tekkers. That's why when you heard Zack Sabre Jr. at Wrestle Kingdom say, bloody Tekkers, that's basically their kind of unit, okay? These two are a very formidable tag team when you have the Ultimate Submissions Master and one of the most aggressive strikers in the game with some of the lethal kicks by Kota Ibushi in Taiji. But this match was extremely short, fast, sweet, clean, simple. as basically chaotic start, and literally, of course, Suzuki going with other tactics, and Taiji, he comes into the ring, and he's attacking Okada. Wicked kicks, as always. But then from there, we get really the real story of this match, as, of course, we're hyping up to see who gets momentum heading towards the match at York Hall. As Zack Sabre Jr. and Will Ospreay, they duped it out once again. Move for move, pound for pound, and eventually Zack Sabre Jr. locks up Will Ospreay's arm, but Will Ospreay lifts him up with a one-arm power slam, slams him to the mat. We get more kicks, and literally Taiji, he comes back into play, and we get the other story here of Taiji versus Okada, where clearly these two, I think more Taiji than Okada, they want to face each other again one-on-one. Because at this point, according to their actual history, it's 1-1. They need a rubber. And basically, that was kind of told here as Taiji and Okada, they kicked things off, no pun intended, when Okada got his head kicked off, and then pulled off, of course, his classic dropkick moves. And the pants came off! Sorry, Angel Gaza, Taiji's got the best pants in the business, and rips them off the best. There, I said it. But anyway, it came down to a Chaos Tag Team Fury combination. As Okada and Taiji were in the ring, Taiji was fixing to set up for his finisher, when not only he got hook kicked, he got drop kicked in the back of the head. Will Ospreay goes suicide diving through the ropes, takes out Zack Sabre Jr., and Okada, of course, pulls off Rainmaker and pins Taiji. 1, 2, 3. What I found very curious about this is, one, this was an extremely short match with the pace it was going. And two, the mic and the glove did not come into play at all. There was rarely any shenanigans in this. So it honestly leads me to believe that Taiji, he might be trying to be that wrestler that we all know he can be. Because I still feel like he could be a breakout star in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Why he's looked at as one of the black sheep of the four that came into New Japan, wasn't really made in New Japan, tried to raise New Japan during those dark ages. But Okada and Tanahashi and Ishii, they all ascended above him. Anyway, and of course afterwards you have Ospreay and Zack Sabre Jr., they're jabbing words. He's like, this Friday, 7 years, I finally do it. That title becomes mine. And Zack Sabre Jr., of course, is like, you dickhead, you moron. No, this title's not yours. Take a look at it. That's the closest you're going to get to it. I am looking very forward to this match. And yes, I do have a subscription to Rev Pro. It's one of my favorite British promotions. But I digress. Again, wrestling is pretty much part of my life. Simple as that. Moving on from there, we now go into what you would say is the meat of the card, as we look into our first time ever matches, special attractions, and more championship matches. And it starts off with this. Cold Skull Sonata, who apparently has not had a singles victory, I can't believe this, since the freaking G1 over Lance Archer and Okada, I believe, according to what they said on commentary, versus the Switchblade, Jay White, who has had one of the most momentous years reached in New Japan Pro Wrestling in 2019, and was out to prove a point and take advantage of a new opportunity. And he did it here, in the longest match so far of the night, that went practically 22 minutes. Basically, oh, by the way, Marty Asami was the referee, so no red shoe, biased nonsense here that Jay White could actually say in case he did lose. And of course, he had Gato in his corner, bucket hat and all. This match was definitely worked Jay White's favor, slow pace, methodical, mind games aside. It really picked up when a wicked DDT happened that made Gato super excited. And of course, Jay White works over the leg of Sonata. Following this, though, as the match kept going, Sonata tried to go for the Paradise Lock. Not once, but twice, and somehow he finally gets Jay White locked in the Paradise Lock. Milano was ecstatic. Gail's like, this is crazy. But I will say this, as one of my friends on Twitter said, Jay White made history, because not only was he just trying to escape it, he was like, ref, ref, ref. That's one of the go-tos, it seems anymore, for Jay White when he's in a situation. You know, it just baffles me, though, that the Paradise Lock could literally be used to give you a count-out victory. But again, I guess Sonata's not heel, just saying. Anyway, eventually, he gives the key, which is a kick to the butt, and he frees him from the Paradise Lock. Then Gato tries to get involved again. He got involved 3 times here. Marty Asami was very lenient against Jay White's strategy, Some would say shenanigans, red shoes, but these strategies here. And pretty much it played to his favor. But then, the 4th time, Gato gets caught on the top rope, and Sonata literally sees him, but Gato's like, I'm not doing anything, I'll get down, okay, thank you. Well, he gets a rub to the groin. History repeats itself. Anyway, following this, Sonata takes control. He literally locks Jay White in the skull, and for an indefinite period of time, to the point his one-on-one match with Okada back at King Pro Wrestling, you would think he would incapacitate the man. We were going to get a referee stoppage, because there would be no response. Nope, he lets him go, and I don't understand why he does that. and he goes for his Mula Moonsault again in Omen to, I guess, his roll mount. I guess that's why he does it. And basically, he misses. There's a couple of close calls here and there with some near falls. We get a double leg Nelson by Sonata, not enough. And then following this wicked sleeper suplex. Man, that fucking Omega hits that hard. Jay White sleeper suplexes the hell out of Sonata. And then as the match progressed, we get a Blade Runner, and that was it. Jay White wins 1, 2, 3. So once again, Sonata, who had one of the biggest momentums, I think, as an appeal and a favorite New Japan Pro Wrestling last year, he's on the losing end. What does this man have to do to get momentum? What does he have to do to break out? What does he need to win? When is he going to win? He has not won a singles match for nearly 6 months. Once again, his run right now is just in the toilet. Is he going to go on an excursion at this point? You got to imagine he's going to be involved in the New Japan Cup. Both these men are. What would be interesting, though, is if Jay White is involved in the New Japan Cup, and if those brackets, match up and Sonata and him eventually face each other, Jay White will be going in trying to become champion. Last year, he was the champion. He was just watching from the outside. Now he's literally got to be part of the field if he wants to get close to those 2 belts. But I digress. A very competitive, psychological, slower-paced match, the Jay White formula you would expect. But Sonata definitely needs to do something with his game, I feel like, if he wants to pick up wins here. Maybe he could literally use the Paradise Lock for a count victory and go on a heel turn, I might say. Because, honestly, Paradise Lock could give somebody a count-out win. Simple as that. But again, will he ever do that? I don't know. But I did say earlier, 2020 is going to be a breakout year for many incredible people in the wrestling industry, and Sonata is one of my picks. He impressed me thoroughly last year, and you only can lose so much before you really bring yourself up. There's got to be big things planned for this guy. Come on now. Anyway, moving on from there, we go into... Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. I wouldn't say it was a shocker. It was certainly stress-inducing. What the hell are these 2 men made of? And what are they thinking? This match right here probably was my match of the night. IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. Ticking Time Bomb! Hiromu Takahashi versus Ryu Lee. These guys have had history dating all the way back to 2018, where literally he not only won the title, he failed to survive physically. Lost himself. Said he died that day. But he's back. Hiromu Takahashi and Dragon Lee, as he was formerly known, they faced off against each other for the title, and Hiromu retained it. But again, there was a lethal move that basically put Hiromu on the shelf for 582 days. If you look at the press conference, Ryu Lee has literally just been thinking about that. And then, of course, Hiromu Takahashi, he has been waiting on this forever. He doesn't even look at Naito as the main event. He looks at this as the main event. As he just wants to bring Mota. More fun and apparently more eyes to this title and this division. So far, hell of a job. And then, of course, he serenaded Ryu Lee during the press conference. Quite a singing voice. Anyway, let's talk about this match. Holy hell. I've seen chops done by some of the most lethal men in the game with lethal hands. Up to this point, I figured Walter, who I still believe has the most impactful singles chop. Imagine if he chopped you, I don't know, 55 times, and I'm probably still under count. This match literally started off as a testament of wills. Right out of the gate, both men suplex each other, not once, but twice, then crash with each other in the middle of the ring. Then both men get up, and literally, they welcome each other and test each other's wills. As they chop, and 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 chop, you get the idea. For literally, within the first 5 minutes of this match, I think it was like 4 minutes and 15 seconds of chops. I lost count. You thought that was enough? Nope! We get a head scissors, turnaround, and then suicide dive launch off the barricade. That was ridiculous in itself. That was the fastest I've ever seen a suicide dive, as really launches up like a bullet after setting up Hiromu on the barricade, launching him head first, I might add, hitting the table, then going to the floor, both men on the floor. There are so many moments I was worried about both these men's health, especially Hiromu's health. And they're still chopping each other, and still chopping each other, and still chopping each other, and still chopping each other, to the point that I'm surprised either man is breathing. Both men's chests are bruised, red, purple, bulging out. They are going to be feeling that for days on end. These two are not human. I don't care what you tell me. Anyways, this match continued. He went for that lethal spot that put Hiromu on the shelf like 2 times in this match, and I was like, God, no! Anyway, Sunset bomb in the back of the ring, drops him on his head. Jesus. And literally we get a wicked double stomp maneuver by Hiromu that drops Ryo Lee head first in the apron. I thought Kota Ibushi was the only one reckless with his neck. God. Anyway, as we moved on through this match, there was a ridiculous overhead throw from the apron to the floor by Hiromu. Ryo Lee crashed and burned. And might I add, Ryo Lee after this match, he had to go over to Free Enterprise in Baltimore, Maryland to compete in Ring of Honor with his brother in his own faction of Eagle Nobles in Roos and Kenny King. Anyway, as this match continued, we finally get the Hiromu bomb for our first fall. Not enough. And then moving on from there, these two men, we thought they were going to chop forever, and they basically did. I thought they were going to suplex each other forever. As we got suplex after suplex after suplex. Eat your heart out, Brock Lesnar. Suplex City my ass. And they suplex the hell out of each other. And then we get the appropriately named Basta Driver for another near fall. Not enough because that driver will wreck your face. Wicked knee strike and then a counter into a destroyer. Unbelievable. And then an exposed knee strike, I might add, by Ryo Lee. Still not enough. Then we get a pop-up into another destroyer. My God, these two men's necks. And as the match progressed, it was not one time bomb, but two time bomb ones, I might add, that finally ended this cacophony of human destruction and well-being and safety to give Hiromu the win, where we can finally feel he can move on. 1, 2, 3. Hiromu freaking retain. But, of course, my stress levels, they're only going to reduce for a limited time. Because right after the match, what happens? Hiromu and Ryo, they look at each other and they go, one more time. Look, if you're going to do one more time, can we at least hold off for a year? Save your necks. This was a beautiful, fast-paced, furious, scary as hell, and I loved it. Absolutely incredible match, and finally I think Hiromu can move on to carrying this division the way he wants to, bring it to the forefront, and honestly, these two have probably my favorite match of the night. Until we actually get into the next one, and I feel like it was shorter than it should have been, but I digress. And as far as what I think for next for both men, obviously Ryo Lee, he's going to be back probably Best Super Juniors, and Hiromu Takahashi, since he is the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion, clearly, as tradition at the anniversary show that's coming up next month, he will face the IWGP Heavyweight /Intercontinental Champion in a specials, one-on-one match, no titles on the line. But damn, that's a lot of gold in that match. And imagine, LIJ match, or, first time ever also, Kenta versus Hiromu. That'd be interesting, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But before we get into that, our next match, our semi-main event. This show was like 3 main events, I gotta be honest with you. As Minoru Suzuki, the King, Kasaninare, he challenged Jon Moxley. I am not Justin Roberts, respect to the man. For the IWGP United States Championship. And Red Shoes, by the way, was the referee, who basically was there to just count the 3 count. Because there's no way in hell, for his own well-being, I might add, he was either going to put a DQ in this match or count out these 2 men. Although there was some close countouts. Anyway. Minoru, he's waiting for Jon Moxley in the middle of the ring. And then, of course, we get Jon Moxley's music hits. And basically, Jon Moxley, he challenges Minoru Suzuki, who is smiling on end, I might add. Cracking his hands, getting ready. And Moxley, he's just cracking his hands, getting ready. He challenges him to meet him on the rampway. Minoru, he wants up that. Okay, I'll meet you on the rampway. Let's have a duel with steel chairs. And then these 2 men beat each other with the chair. Never got contact, though, thankfully. But then as they try and get into the ring, we have fists and fists and fist galores, wicked headbutts, and exchange of biting. Good lord. And then pretty much the story came here. Minoru Suzuki, he had enough of this boy. He's going to try and destroy him, so he works on his right arm. At one point, Jon Moxley goes for a traditional stable, pulling out a table, and it looks like he's trying to powerbomb the man. But Minoru Suzuki, he ones up him, gets a submission hold, and then he lays Jon Moxley's arm inside a chair, goes for another chair, and at this point we think he just broke Jon Moxley's right arm as he bashes the chair on chair, arm in the middle. And then he swings the arm also into the steel ring post for added measure. Ouch. Anyway, following that, he goes once again for another submission, but Jon Moxley, the ever-evolved participant he is, he literally somehow, one arm lifts the King and power bombs him through the table. and you literally see him smiling. By the way, Minoru Suzuki pretty much smiling this entire match. What the hell? Anyway, as we move on for this match, we literally find these two men. I think at this point they both lost their minds. Minoru Suzuki, he gets up, he's laughing, he has a piece of the wood, and he's literally bashing it on his head, while Jon Moxley's in the ring, bashing another piece of that broken table to his head. What the hell am I watching? Anyway, there was a sleeper hold underneath the chin. Of course, Minoru Suzuki's stable, you probably would set him up for the God-style pile driver. Not quite. And then Jon Moxley, he takes over with, of course, Regal Knee Strike. Not enough to pin the king or beat the king. And Minoru Suzuki continues to laugh. Elevated Death Rider. I thought this was it. No, it was not. The king kicks out. And then we get the most wicked spot of the match, in my opinion, as the king continues to laugh and smiles, as Jon Moxley plants, and I mean plants, and breaks a chair over the head. Top of the head of Minoru Suzuki, who's just laughing, by the way, laughing it off. And basically, we just see Suzuki with the most sadistic smile I have ever seen. This is probably the most fun he's ever had in a match. Anyway, as the match continued, there was the kiss of death. They're still fighting each other, calling each other out. We get the Fury. We have strikes, of course, by the King with the Blizzard. Jon Moxley, of course, continuing to challenge Suzuki's game. He's like, come on, you fucker. And basically, beyond that, another, as we go towards the end of this match, Elevated Death Rider gives, damn it, Jon Moxley the win. 1, 2, 3. While Minoru Suzuki still lays down, face up, smiling, grinning ear to ear in the middle of the ring. This is probably the most fun in a war Minoru Suzuki has ever had in his entire life, as he literally looks at Jon Moxley as a guy just like him. He's not the conventional. He made himself. He literally is an all-round wrestler. He loves dishing pain. He loves feeling pain. It thrives him. I want to see these two go at it again. I would have loved to see these two continue to fight forever. I even made a bold optimization and prediction that these guys were going to go the 60-minute time limit to a draw. I was wrong. I don't think it was even 30 minutes. So much fun, a cacophony of destruction, and a challenge of human wills. I want to see this again. I was hoping that we were going to get a shocker and the King was going to win, kind of like ref stoppage type thing, like he did when he beat Hiroshi Tanahashi for the Intercontinental title in Sapporo 2 years ago. I was wrong. Anyway, the ultimate sign of respect, though, Jon Moxley gets to the top of the turnbuckle. He sees Minoru Suzuki, who's believing on his own power, might add, refuses to help, bows to the man. But of course, he still is the King of America, and he holds the title. So, as Jon Moxley celebrates, what the hell? Zack Sabre Jr. comes out and lays out Jon Moxley in a chokehold, incapacitating the man. Once again, Jon Moxley has been laid out by someone from Suzuki Gun after celebrating a victory, successfully retaining his IWGP United States Championship. And now, we might have the case where, thanks Naito, the theme is double gold, as Zack Sabre Jr. looks like he wants to become the IWGP United States Champion. Folks, we're on the verge of maybe a British/United States champion in Zack Sabre Jr. So get ready, folks. Jon Moxley and Zack Sabre Jr. You wanted a war, you got it. Now you're going to see the most bizarre form of a technical classic to date. Because we both know Jon Moxley's not just a deaf wrestler, he is actually a professional wrestler. He can wrestle all games. That's how he was able to submit freaking Shigeru Takagi during the freaking G1 last year. We know he can do it. He can wrestle Zack Sabre Jr.'s game. Can he beat Zack Sabre Jr. though? And will Zack Sabre Jr. still have the British Heavyweight Championship come after this Friday? That is the question. I'm very looking forward to this and see how this plays out. Now, imagine if Jon Moxley comes out this Friday after Zack Sabre Jr. and Ospreay's match and attacks Zack Sabre Jr. regardless of results. Would not surprise me one bit. Alright, and as far as Minoru Suzuki goes, put this man in the G1, put this man in the Japan Cup. I need to go see his exclusive comments. I need to go watch the press conference too. And I want to see this match made again. I loved it. And there was always questions surrounding, is Minoru Suzuki going to stay in New Japan Pro Wrestling, because he was unhappy for a while until he had the Joseph Thunder Liger program. He's probably was happy again with Jon Moxley. He probably wants to do it again. So, honestly, I don't know what's next for the King, but I do hope to see him face Jon Moxley again. Maybe a New Japan Cup match? Only time will tell. Anyway, as we move on from there into our main events for the IWGP Heavyweight and Intercontinental Championships, the current champ, Tetsuya Naito versus Kenta, with full Bullet Club in tow. Everybody that was there that night. And they immediately get booted out. Because Red Shoes is the ref. He's like, I'm not going to deal with this nonsense. You guys need to leave. But of course, GOD, they kind of pushed Red Shoes even further to do it after he said he was sorry, but he lost his cool. He pushed Red Shoes. Good thing the match was officially on. And Red Shoes outs everybody, including Gato, to the back. GLD, Yujiro, Chase Owens, Gato, Jado, and of course, Jay White. Bye-bye, everybody. So we get the one-on-one match, and this was a very interesting story, as the first half of this match really was about Kenta controlling the pace and getting the crowd reaction, as a cacophony chorus of boos rained down on the fanged Bullet Club member. And basically, at this point, it really didn't pick up until a lockup happened. Short-term lockup, I might add. Kenta immediately leaves the ring again. And then Naito, of course, he pulls off Tranquilo. But Kenta, he tries to take advantage immediately. That's the first time I've ever seen someone try and do that. And basically he did, throwing Naito in every corner of the barricade possible. And oh my! Wicked DDT. He took like 4 DDTs during this match. First DDT, out on the floor, in the middle of the Iron's Way. And Kenta enlisting more heat, literally taking a fan's LIJ teddy bear and just pressing his foot down on it. Basically saying, I stand above LIJ, I stand above Naito. Anyway, as this match progressed, we get more Irish whips, and then Kenta, he works the corners. He needs to look at Yano's strategy because it takes him longer than 4 seconds. And pulls off a turnbuckle pad, exposing all 3 corners because that's the way New Japan Pro Wrestling rings are set up. And literally at one point, he Irish whips Tetsuya Naito into the exposed corner. Ouch. Wicked knee strike and another DDT for a near fall. Not enough. And then Naito gets the better of him. Throwback to his match with Kota Ibushi with an apron neck breaker. Ouch. And then another DDT suspended from the barricade to the floor on Naito. Anyway, there's of course that staple of Kenta with the drop kick in the corner. And then a wicked pop-up spinebuster by Naito. This is when these two men finally started wrestling, going back and forth with each other about 15 minutes in, I believe. And then he pulls his submission hold in with game over, but Naito showing the will, showing the perseverance he has, and he has been damaged goods for a long time, people. And they were talking about this during the match. I like the chemistry that Gino Gambino and Chris Charlton shared between the history of, Kenta did it this way, Okada did it this way, you guys are like this with Chaos, I'm on commentary because someone has to be unbiased against Bullet Club, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, wicked knee strike, still not enough, and then we get a heel kick with a swing DDT, only for that to be pushed into a Super Rana. Naito starts taking over. Gloria, but after that, Red Shoes is taken down. Not once, but twice. The first time was inadvertent. Second time, Kenta clearly pushed Red Shoes into him. Which, of course, then led to Bullet Club shenanigans as Jay White came back down and basically took out a ghost from his past. He said he had a plan in the very beginning before he got booted out. I guess it was part of the plan. Jay White, he literally blade runs Naito and tries to get the ref back in play, tries to call for damage to give Kenta the 2 belts. But who comes out and tries to save Naito? Good brother Chris's favorite person. Bushi. But Bushi gets immediately taken out by Jay White. But then who comes out after that? Not Sonata, to my surprise. Hiromu Takahashi, who then takes out Jay White, and both men are gone. We're back to the 1-1 situation. The ref is finally trying to basically bring himself back to forefront. And then we get a wicked rolling lariat by Kenta. He nearly gets him with a roll-up on the tights. Closest near fall of the match. But then the match really told another story here, as I think we were getting to the end of it, as eventually Naito, he is face first sent into the exposed turnbuckle, bleeding like a sieve. God. Wicked poison round spot though. Valencia, and finally, as the match progressed, Destino, and Naito successfully retains in the first IWGP Heavyweight Intercontinental Championship match. Dual champ match. And that's it pretty much, because Naito finally conquered the guy that pretty much he's allowed himself in, and also the guy that cost him the roll call and his moment after match from Wrestle Kingdom. As he just says, Kenta, just go straight to the back. I'm done with you, man. It was quite an interesting match. I think it was the longest match of the night. It told a very interesting story. It was very slow in the forefront. But then again, a wrestling match doesn't have to be just all action. Sometimes you just need to look at the psychology involved here. And Kenta right now is really brilliant in that. I, again, need to go see the post-match comments and see the press comments, see what they might have set up already for New Japan World and the new anniversary show. But we do know one match that was officially set up. As Naito, he finally goes, Buenas noches, Osaka! And then he talks about how I had done this, what you all think about this. I have big aspirations and ambitions on what to do with these 2 titles. He appreciates and respects what Kenta did. He wants to see more of that type of stuff coming out of everybody. He wants everybody to come after him. But before that, he also wants a special one-on-one match. And he knows the tradition of anniversary show and the anniversary show is coming up. Now that he successfully retained his titles, it is tradition that the IWGP Heavyweight, now Intercontinental also, champion faces the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship. He calls out Hiromu Takahashi, thanks him for helping with the save, but he also asks, as tradition, and they've never done it before, first ever one-on-one, and Naito brought Hiromu under his wing as a young lion into the legend. If it wasn't for Naito, we probably wouldn't have never had a ticking time on to begin with. Will you face me one-on-one? C or no? And both men simply answered with C. As again, Naito took him under his wing as a young lion. This is going to be an incredible specials one-on-one match between literally teacher versus student. And all 3 titles are in the middle of the ring. Naito finally pulls off the roll call for LIJ. The confetti falls. Naito has achieved everything I think he's ever wanted. Probably happier than ever before. Is he ever truly happy? I don't know. History will never be removed. Can it ever be healed? Only time will tell. And what sort of other surprise awaits us at the anniversary show? New Japan Road. Who will be involved in the New Japan Cup? What breakout stars will come from that, like Lance Archer and more? Only time will tell. But that was the end of the show and the end of the new beginning in Osaka. And as far as Kenta goes, there's no doubt he's still going to have massive heat, and he's going to want to go after Naito again. I sense Kenta and Jay White meeting each other in the New Japan Cup, and that will define the direction of Bullet Club for 2020. Mark my words. But also, Sonata, where are you? What are your thoughts? What's next for you, dude? But with that being said, those are my brief thoughts, takeaways, recaps, and analysis of the new beginning in Osaka as the new beginning tour has officially come to an end. Also, congratulations, good brother Chris. You won by 1 match in the Team NoDQ Predictions League game for the entire New Beginning Tour. I bow down to you. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in along the ride for me with all these predictions and simple takes from the New Beginning Tour. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I hope you look forward to what's next in New Japan Pro Wrestling, as I will continue to cover all the big shows, including what's next, Anniversary Show, and the New Japan Cup. And who knows what other breaking news, stories, takes, and other things I might do. With that being said, I am done here. Thank you for tuning in. Please, if you want to know more about me, know this. I'm just a simple man. And if you haven't figured out by now, I am a lifelong fan of wrestling. So if you want to follow me and talk anything wrestling, even sports entertainment, the 5 brands of WWE, NWA, Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling, my number 1, Stardom, Pro Wrestling Noah, OWE, Impact Wrestling, and Independent Wrestling in general. Support Pro Wrestling, folks, because that's where it all starts. Look me up on Twitter, NoDQ.com/Noah, chase my Twitter page, or at Enfoster916 for those that hate URLs. I am the simple man of NoDQ. Or follow me on Instagram, at Enfoster1916. I'll give you a nice hello, my thoughts, retrospectives, news and wrestling, some inspiration, something to brighten your day. I'm just a simple man. Also, follow my simple YouTube channel here, youtube.com/user/NoahFoster210. New content every week. At the heart of it, my series, #205Live Matters. There'll be more predictions, retrospectives, takes, and recaps coming up for all sorts of things. New Japan Pro Wrestling, WWE, in collaboration with our YouTube channels. And of course, AEW, as AEW Revolution is right around the corner, and we already know our main event. And also, if you haven't figured out by now, the reason I'm even in YouTube, support my friends and my family in NoDQ. Forever indebted to the NoDQ family. Thank you, Aaron Riff and company. Buy a shirt, buy a mug, buy a tapestry. That's actually the shirt that Aaron Riff personally made for me because I love what I do and I love wrestling. Always appreciate it. Just support my friends. Do it. NoDQ.com/merch. Take it to the store. Follow them on our social media platforms. Your opinions matter. There's a comment section everything on the official website. Polls, columns, memes, gifts, reviews, recaps, discussions, sexy female pics. Your name is there, primarily wrestling from WWE with a little bit of AEW. Stay tuned as I will be kicking off again NoDQ Galaxy Predictions League for February with NXT TakeOver Portland and the show in Country Redacted. And also, we will be doing predictions for AEW Revolution. I don't know if it will be all of Team NoDQ, but at least Team IndyDQ will be as well. Please follow the NXT team for all things NXT as well. Upcoming projects for my channel right here might include independent wrestling foreshadowing, and maybe even a weekly review of AEW Dark, because I do work with a group called Pro Wrestling Discussions, where I'm in a predictions league, and we watch AEW and discuss AEW. Anyway, stay tuned for more on that. And as always, I'd like to close. Support your wrestling outlets big and small, and let's keep growing this incredible, diverse, unique, elite, too sweet wrestling community together. Simple as that. With that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. Please like, share, subscribe, comment, hit that bell to know when next video is going to go live. Please hit the subscribe button. Help me grow this channel. Help me bring awareness to all things wrestling to those that don't know or someone that just wants a simple retrospective. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so far to the 115 that have subscribed to me. I believe I'm up to near 6,000 views. Not bad for a year and a half of just being a simple content creator. Not about me, about wrestling. Happy to bring the fun to you. Please follow all my friends in Team UnityQ on their YouTube channels and all their social media. I need to go for my YouTube channel and really fix my wrestling community tab and add them there. And also, just stay tuned, of course, for us. We're all over the place. Twitter, Facebook, you name it. Hashtag Two of Them Matters Facebook group, too. That's really where I'm at my forefront. I need to bring an announcement there as well. Anyway, this certainly will not be the last stuff that I talk about as far as New Japan Pro Wrestling goes for the month of February, as we have Tiger Hattori's retirement ceremony coming up on the 19th. We have the New Japan Road going on, and I will be watching it. If something big happens, you can guarantee I'll bring you a simple extra. And also, Manabu Nakanishi, he finally calls it at the end of February, February 22nd, in Corrigan Hall. All four of these events will take place through Corrigan Hall. So stay tuned for the later half of February for more great stuff in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Then we got AEW, and then we got the anniversary show and New Japan Cup. A lot coming up in the next month, especially for New Japan Pro Wrestling. But anyway, until next time, I'm officially done here. I must now get ready to go to bed for school tomorrow on my birthday. So thank you again for tuning in, and until next time, take care, enjoy life, tomorrow's never guaranteed, treasure your families, and enjoy wrestling. There's more out there than ever before, so find what connects to you. Or find something that you want to connect to. I'm happy to help you. And until next time, as always, I appreciate you all. Arigato, tokigenyo, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you might be. But for me, it is 11:30 p.m. here on a Sunday night, February 9th. I thank you all, and I hope you all have a good night. Thank you, New Japan Pro Wrestling, for issuing in truly what is going to be a new beginning. Mark my words, folks, 2020 will be the biggest year in New Japan Pro Wrestling history. And I hope to see more Stardom involved, too. Goodbye, everybody.